Do a double check for me. Call our meeting to order. So we're starting here in public session at 5:30, and then we will go into our private session. And so for those of you that are watching now or will be watching at 7, you'll see a slight break in time while we go to our private session. Then we'll be back in here to continue on with our public session. So I'm going to go through our agenda here. For attendance, we do have all trustees in attendance via Teams, though Trustee Sartori will be a few minutes late, so she will join us very shortly. Moving on to approval of the agenda, I do have some changes to the agenda. I see Trustee Cheen. Do you have?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like to withdraw my notice of motion L6, and since that's related to Trustee Halberstein's notice of motion L9, so I would rather trustees to focus on his notice of motion, and this L6 and L7. I think regarding the mask, the board has already implemented, so I withdraw it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder for those? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we've taken L6 and L7 off the agenda. I thank you very much, Trustee Cheen, for that, and Trustee Halberstadt. So I'm looking to Trustee Hatfield. Do you have an adjustment to the agenda?
Yeah, first you can clarify, was that a motion to withdraw those? I was confused what you just did.
Yes, so we just withdrew those just so that Trustee Cheen could have could withdraw those.
There was a motion to do that? I don't know, that confused me.
No, okay. Sorry, there was just a motion to for approval of the agenda, and we're just going through to make changes on it now. Do you have changes to make?
Yeah, so I sent out an email to give a heads up just on a typo.
Sure.
And I just wanted to make sure that it got picked up. So that would be on item L5. I sent to everybody an email. So, and it continues on the next page, and there's actually 4 bullets, 1, 2, 3. And then on the printed page, there's a space, and there shouldn't be. And then the next point is number 4. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4.
So this, the point, the adequacy of GEEP, the Joint Employee Assistance Program, should be point 4?
Yeah, and no space. It just flows that there's 4 things.
Wonderful. So, and trustees did get that email, and I thank you very much for sending that out ahead of time. So we will make that change as well to the agenda. So that's leaving it on the agenda, but adjusting the wording there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Trustee Hatfield. Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding, since it's a draft agenda, that we don't need a motion to withdraw if you're the person who's given the notice. So I'm not sure it needed a seconder, but I'm glad it has support. But since it's a draft agenda and the Assembly doesn't own it by adoption yet, I would like to, if I could, move L8, which is my notice of motion regarding directly regarding item L1 to follow L1. So if we could have L1 and then the new L2 become the old L8, I would appreciate that.
I don't see any issue with that. So we're leaving L8 on the agenda, but moving it to what it would now become the new L2.
Right, and the numbers have changed already with the withdrawal of the other 2 things, but it's the old L8. So
okay,
L2, the existing L2 becomes L3, the L3 becomes L4.
I don't see any problem with that. I don't see a problem with that.
Thank you.
Move that around. Do we have any other adjustments to the agenda? Trustee Burgess, you and I had a conversation about deferring item L4. L4, is that what it is? Yes. deferring that to next meeting. Is that still, are we still interested in that?
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, L4, yes, I would like that taken off the agenda and postponed until the next meeting again with the indulgence. I was hoping to have a conversation with the chair and vice chair prior to actually discussing it at a board meeting. So if we could do that, just postpone it to the next board meeting, I'd appreciate that.
Certainly can. Okay, so we've got a bit of change here. So we have our L1 existing. L2 is now the notice of motion from Trustee Burgess, which was previous L8. And then we have our two policies and regulations, or regulation and one policy and regulation. And then we continue on through to what would that be? What are we at then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trustee Hatfield's motion. 5. And then we will have new 6 will be Trustee Halberstadt's motion, and new 7 will be Trustee Halberstadt's second notice of motion. I think I got that right. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. All I need is just somebody to follow my math along. Okay. So, do we have can we approve the agenda as amended this evening?
Madam Chair, I did have a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Halberstadt, I completely missed you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, with regard to the report M3 on Virix, I understand that a proposed delegate was told that she could not speak on that one. I just wanted to be clear on what, it's unclear on that memorandum. Is that the final report from administration, or is that an interim report? Because originally it was supposed to be at the end of March, where the admin would come with those reduction proposals of virus. So it was a little unclear now whether that's the final on February 16th, or that was just an interim. We're going to revisit it again at the end of March.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. Director Kelly.
Yeah, that is a final report from the administration. It was done early. We wanted to get that completed, and so we're ahead of time, which is good.
Okay, I guess supplementary, if that's the final report, why wouldn't somebody be able to speak to it?
Well, we do have our board rules about delegates and speakers, that they are not allowed to speak on the same matter twice within the same 5-month period. The subject matter remains the same, and so was my ruling for 2 delegates, or 2 people who wanted to be on the speakers list that had already spoken on this matter before.
Okay, even though the recommendations are changed?
The matter is the same, so yes.
Okay, well, I guess you're the boss.
Thank you. Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering why L9 needs to be a motion. Wouldn't this just be the normal work of the committee to work with administration and review various documentation that's available?
This was the ad hoc committee we've received the report of the ad hoc committee, and so this is not reestablishing that same full ad hoc committee, so they wouldn't regather again. It's just the 3 trustees and administration looking at things from that ad hoc committee, some of the suggestions and considerations from that ad hoc committee, in conjunction with the some of the reports that have come out, most importantly the Hamilton Wentworth report. And so establishing that smaller committee, I don't see any problem with doing it this way.
Okay, but it reads that the trustee members of the Greater Essex County District School Board Ad Hoc Committee on Bullying meet with administration to review the recommendations. So it doesn't indicate a smaller committee. I just think, I don't know why we need a motion for the committee to do the work.
I take your point on that. I don't see it's on the agenda as is. So if you're in support of it at the time, you can vote to support it. I take your point, but it's on the agenda now. So,
Except for we haven't voted the agenda, and right, we haven't finished the
so
vote.
are you looking to remove it?
Well, I'm asking the question as to why it's on there. If it's just the work of the committee, it doesn't seem necessary to have a motion to give you more of an opportunity to just do the work that you've been assigned, you've taken on in the first place. And it's one less thing that if it's redundant, then we don't need to. I support the work of the committee, and I don't think you need us to tell you to go ahead and do that.
So this is in addition to this. The ad hoc committee has done its work, and it won't be reconvening. So this isn't
Madam Chair.
reconvening that committee. Do you have a point of order, Trustee Cook?
I was just going to make a comment to that to maybe help explain. The ad hoc committee was to have 3 to 4 sessions, 3 to 4 meetings, and we've done that. So this motion is to go over and above that. And whether it's the same people on the committee, if somebody else wanted to be a part of that, in my eyes, this is actually, it's a different purpose than what that ad hoc committee was. The ad hoc committee was focusing on the motion that was made by Trustee Chin. So this is looking at something totally different. I mean, still with anti-bullying and everything, I get it, but we had a purpose, we had a focus, we've done that, and now this is something different.
Thank you, Trustee Cook. Do you have a question for clarification, Trustee Burgess?
On this same matter, if I could, because I don't understand, I'm still not quite grasping it. We're at the adoption of the agenda. There's a suggestion that this item might be out of order because it doesn't need to be adopted by the trustees. What I've heard is the work of an ad hoc committee has been finished. That means the ad hoc committee doesn't exist anymore. But then on the other hand, I hear that no, there's still some vestiges of the ad hoc committee because another matter has arisen that is completely in the purview of what would have that committee would have discussed had that report been available before its work was considered complete. So am I kind of capturing the dilemma?
I think you may be capturing the dilemma, but the ad hoc committee has done its work. That you're correct that ad hoc committee no longer exists.
Okay.
It has done its work. So this would be it would be building on the work of that committee, but certainly not the work of that committee. The work of that committee was complete.
So, Madam Chair, I'll wait till the thing. I'm okay with leaving it on the agenda. I will just discuss what the wording of the thing. You might have to reconvene or restrike a committee or something like that. But as far as the wordsmithing, we'll debate it when it's time to debate. I'm okay for it being on there.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Trustee Hatfield.
Yeah, sorry, but I keep hearing that the work of that ad hoc committee has been completed. So, but I don't recall a motion to that effect. With an ad hoc committee, you have to disband them by motion when the ad hoc committee submits their final report, and I don't recall doing that. So I think the ad hoc committee still exists.
We've received their report per last meeting.
And it should have included a motion to declare the work done and the committee done, that the committee's done.
Has that been our practice in the past, Director Kelly?
We don't have a ton of ad hoc committees. No, it hasn't been always, but we did do that with the communications committee. I think the intention of the report as it came forward was to say, these were the things accomplished by the in the committee, and these were the meetings that were had, and that is the end of the meeting. I think that was said through that. Was there a motion? I don't believe there was.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I'm still ready to move at the agenda.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Trustee Halberstadt, do you have something on the agenda? Approval of the agenda? Or is that a remnant hand? Trustee Halberstadt, do you have a question, or was that a remnant hand? I don't want to. I'm going to move along with our agenda. So we have an amended agenda. Looking for support for our amended agenda. All in I'm going to do this the wrong way. All in support, because now that I've already
Support.
said it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Seeing support from trustees, I appreciate that. And so with our amended agenda, we will move into private session. So you guys can click on the link for private session, and we will be back in here at 7 p.m. and we will begin again with our land acknowledgement, and we will redo attendance at that time. Thanks all. Oh, we need a mover and a move to private session. My mistake.
So move.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Burgess. reopening our public session with our land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And just to do our attendance in this portion of the public session, we do have all trustees and student trustees attending via Microsoft Teams this evening. Moving through our agenda, we are at a special order of the day. And so Director Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight we honor and remember Matthew Beaton, a grade 12 student at Tecumseh Vista Academy. Matthew fought a lifelong battle with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, but he never lost his strength and determination to be as independent as possible. Matthew was a hardworking student and a loyal friend to his classmates at TVA, and was so excited when he finally had a spare so he could hang out with his buddies in the cafeteria. He enjoyed video games, movies, and listening to music. He always spoke of his family with great affection and how his dad made the best burgers ever. Matthew enjoyed many weeks in the summer every year at Camp Woondanin, where he experienced so much and felt so proud to be away from home and to be independent. Matthew passed on December 14th, 2020, at the age of 19. He always showed amazing strength and perseverance and taught those around him many lessons by his example on living life without limitations. When faced with a challenge or uncertainty, Matthew would just flash his mischievous grin and ask for help only when he needed it. A celebration of Matthew's life will be held at a later date. Matthew did not want his passing to be filled with sadness, but rather to be a time to celebrate his life. Please join me in a moment of silence for Matthew. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Kelly. Whew. Okay, so moving through our agenda, we are at E, declarations of conflict of interest. Do we have anything for in here? Declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none. Actions of the board meeting private session. Trustee Cook.
I'm here. Sorry, the mute. So we have G1. Do I have a mover? Trustee Hatfield and a seconder. Looking for seconder. I have Trustee Olmsted. And the other one is G2. I have Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Leclerc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Cook. Going on
Madam
to
Chair, can we call for the vote, please?
Oh, pardon me. Yes. All in favor?
Is this both motions together?
We'll do both motions together, yes. Anyone opposed, let's say. Give it a few seconds. Seeing no opposition, thank you very much. So we're on to approval of the minutes. We have our minutes of the January 19th public board meeting. I'm looking for a mover to move those minutes. Trustee Hatfield, thank you so much. Anyone to second? Trustee Cook, thank you. Any discussion on the minutes? Trustee Leclerc, is that a discussion on the minutes? Thank you. So no discussion on the minutes. Anyone opposed to approval of those minutes from January 19th? Any opposition? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Moving forward, any business arising from those minutes? Business arising from those minutes from trustees? Give it a few seconds. Seeing none. Moving through, we do have our presentations this evening. However, I want to make sure that our student trustees, I mistakenly said they were in the meeting and they had struggled to get in, and I just wanted to see if they're joining us.
Yep, I'm here, and Arabella should be here as well.
Wonderful. Take it away, ladies.
Thank you so much. So it's been another busy month for Arabella and I as we transition into the third quadremester of the school year and the second half of our term as student trustees. Our 3 Student Senate subcommittees, anti-racism, environmental sustainability, and mental health, are well underway and working hard toward the goals and initiatives that we've set for the rest of the year. The anti-racism subcommittee, co-chaired by Hema Patel and Wade Massey, has had great discussion with Ms. Olivero and Superintendent Pike to explore virtual anti-racism training for student councils, the current racism reporting process in schools, and dress code regulations for cultural clothing. Thank you to Superintendent Pike and Ms. Olivero for working with us. The subcommittee is very pleased that framed copies of the GECDSB land acknowledgement will be arriving in our schools. Thank you to Superintendent Howard for listening to our suggestion and putting it into motion. The subcommittee is also compiling a list of anti-racism resources, including diverse media recommendation lists for books, movies, TV, and music, as well as information about classroom microaggressions. The Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee, chaired by Student Trustee Suave, has a lot of exciting plans on the go for the year, which include a thrifted outfit challenge, in which students will be encouraged to wear thrifted clothing to school. The subcommittee has also encouraged a paperless boardroom and are supportive of paperless virtual learning. We have heard from students that printing and scanning at home is problematic, in addition to being an environmental concern. The subcommittee is also planning a spring virtual environmental sustainability conference, which will include a keynote speaker and breakout rooms on the topics of environmental wellness and environmental racism, led by subcommittee members. The subcommittee is excited to connect with school eco-teams and revive these eco-teams in secondary schools that have been paused throughout this year. We would like to thank Superintendent Armstrong for speaking with Student Senate last week regarding the GECDSB's single-use plastics reduction campaign, and we look forward to further supporting the board in its work in environmental stewardship. The Mental Health Subcommittee, chaired by myself, is tackling mental health resource awareness and advocacy during the pandemic. The subcommittee is excited to be working with Superintendent Pike and Ms. Pauley to learn about what mental health supports are available at schools and how to make these as accessible as possible to the student population. The subcommittee is also excited to host short virtual seminars on mental health that are open for students to attend. The subcommittee is also very pleased that it has helped establish a mental health protocol to support students and families affected by COVID-19. The subcommittee is excited to continue its work for improved mental health across the board. Applications for the position of student trustee for next year closed on Friday, and Arabella and I are looking forward to being part of the student trustee interview committee. We have been promoting the position on social media and answering questions pertaining to the position the last 4 weeks. We're super excited to meet and mentor the incoming student trustees in the coming months. Arabella and I are also looking forward to the Ontario Student Trustees Association's annual Board Council Conference coming up this Thursday through Sunday, as we will be conferencing with the working groups that we co-chair and gaining valuable professional development and networking opportunities with fellow student trustees across Ontario. Thank you, Director Kelly, for supporting our virtual attendance at this conference. Arabella and I have continued to use our Instagram account as a space to share opportunities and information with students. We created a post about the Government of Ontario's support for learners funding, as well as Meet the Members post for our mental health and environmental sustainability subcommittees. Social media has been a great tool for us over the course of our term, and we've grown a substantial following through Instagram. Thank you to Superintendent Awender for seeking Student Senate's opinions and ideas on graduation this spring. We appreciated sharing what we've seen and learned from last year's graduations and hope that our graduates will have memorable and meaningful ceremonies to mark this milestone in their education. Again, Arabella and I are thankful for the continued support of our endeavors. We greatly appreciate how willing senior administration and the Board of Trustees are to guide and support us as we navigate the responsibilities of this position, and we're looking forward to what the next few months will hold. And with that, I'll pass it off to Arabella, who has the Student of the Month.
Thank you. The student of the month for February is Sydney Doyle, a grade 12 student at General Amherst High School. Sydney consistently demonstrates this month's theme of reliability. Sydney takes great pride in being a hardworking member of numerous clubs and teams at General Amherst. Her involvement in many extracurricular activities has made her well known for her reliability and work ethic. A talented student athlete, Sydney has been on the girls' hockey team, the track and field team, and the cross-country team. Her dependability as a peer mentor and a member of student council has prompted various teachers to seek her out to take on additional responsibilities, which she happily obliged. Sydney maintains high grades while remaining dedicated to her extracurricular activities despite the many demands on her time. In addition to her involvement in her school community, she also dedicates much of her time to the greater Windsor-Essex County community. An aspiring healthcare worker, Sydney volunteers at Windsor Regional Hospital's Metropolitan Campus in pediatrics, including in the neonatal intensive care unit. Sydney volunteers at a horse farm where she demonstrates hard work by cleaning the stables. She is involved in the Border City Athletic Club, where her teammates and coach rely on her participation and encouragement. Sydney has a part-time job at the Waterfront Ice Cream Parlor, where she is a very reliable employee who consistently demonstrates a strong work ethic. Congratulations to Sydney for being selected as February's Student of the Month.
Thank you very much to both of our student trustees, and congratulations to our Student of the Month. Quite a busy young lady, and so thank you very much for profiling her for us this evening. Do I have any questions for our student trustees from our trustees? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I appreciate that report, and always so impressed by all the work that you're doing to bring student voice. Thank you very much for your work in that. So moving through our agenda, we're at delegations. We don't have any delegations this evening. We do have a person on the speakers list. Antonella Ciampa, are you with us this evening? Let's give her a few minutes.
Hello.
Hello, thank you very much. So just a reminder, you've got 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I apologize for the delay.
Not at all.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Antonella Ciampa, and I'm the first vice president of the Greater Essex Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario. This evening, I am speaking in support of the notice of motion put forth by Trustee Hatfield, L5 on the agenda. EDFL supports this motion, specifically the area of the well-being of staff regarding stress, anxiety, and depression. We can all agree that stress is a normal part of life. However, teaching in a pandemic has surely exacerbated the mental health of educators. Before I share some data from surveys conducted by various organizations, I would like to share that in my role of first vice president, I am witness to the stress and anxiety that is felt by many teachers in our board. It is evident in their voice when they call the office, many times in tears and desperation. Access to resources needed to work online effectively, concerns about the impact of the pandemic on their students' emotional health and well-being, and worry about the health concerns of their students, their families, and themselves as COVID-19 impacts their classrooms are just a few examples of stressors. The government action and non-action on issues such as class size, masking, cohorting, and reporting has not helped, but has indeed worsened the situation. And it has not helped that no one has addressed the current realities. Expectations on students and educators have not changed. It is as if decision makers are living in a vacuum. In any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians experience a mental health or addiction problem. By the time Canadians reach 40 years of age, 1 in 2 have or have had a mental illness as per the Canadian Mental Health Association. Living in a pandemic has definitely increased these stats. As we move from wave 1 to wave 2 to a possible wave 3, the stats only continue to increase. A December 2020 report released by the Canadian Addiction and Mental Health Association stated that anxiety and depression in general increased. 24% of women and 19% of men reported feeling depressed most of the time. A report based on a survey conducted by the Canadian Teacher Federation in October 2020 entitled Teacher Mental Health Check-in Survey found that almost 46% of teachers reported concerns about their mental health and well-being as a result of the pandemic. Very draining or severely draining was reported by 72% of teachers when asked about meeting professional expectations during the pandemic. 40% of teachers were barely coping with their stress, and almost 80% of ETFO members reported high levels of stress. This report also found that 38% of teachers were infrequently finding time during the day to be physically active, and 36% were infrequently having sufficient sleep each night. Sleeping poorly or not getting enough sleep can negatively impact decision-making, concentration, and attention. The Occupational Health Clinics of Ontario Workers recently conducted a study among educators on their experience during the second wave of the pandemic. This study found that 59% of ETFO members reported moderate to severe anxiety, and 46% of members met the criteria for depression. Burnout amongst educators was also found to be at unprecedented levels for both in-person and learning and virtual teaching. Why should trustees care? The answer is twofold. One, being the employer-employee relationship. As the employer, you should take all reasonable efforts to cultivate a healthy workplace. The second reason being the direct impact on the well-being of students. We need to be healthy to help others. I liken this to an analogy of flying in an airplane. In an emergency situation, passengers are directed to first put on their own oxygen mask and then help their children and/or those around them that are unable to do so. In the education sector, educators need to be healthy themselves in order to continue to help those in their care. Supporting this motion may not answer all the questions or result in a panacea, but it is a step in the right direction. It is also symbolic and shows to staff that trustee attention on their mental health and well-being is a priority. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Champa. I appreciate that. Trustee Hatfield, I see, has a question for clarification.
I have a comment. I wanted to thank Antonella for coming forward tonight and speaking to my motion. I really appreciate that. And thanks for including so much data and sound reasoning on why trustees should support this motion. You've just taken away half of my script, and I'm welcome. I'm very appreciative that you were able to do that. So thank you very much for coming forward with your support. I appreciate it.
Do any other trustees have questions? I have one. Ms. Champa, you had mentioned a few studies that were done, and forgive me, I'm not sure of the two organizations that were done, but were they done from an Ontario perspective? And do you have any kind of more localized data from your own ETFO membership, even if it's kind of an informal sort of survey or anything like that from our local bargaining unit?
Thank you for the question. The organizations were the Canadian Teacher Federation and the Canadian Mental Health Association, the local chapter. And we, as a local, did put out a survey to our members that also resulted in some of these stats.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Seeing no other questions, I thank you very much for joining us this evening. Moving through new business, just for anybody who's looking at our agenda online, we have had some changes to our agenda this evening. L1 will remain as it is, and so we will start with that presentation, and then I will kind of guide us through the rest of the changes. But we are now at L1, which is approval of plans and the budget of the new JK-12 Kingsville School. And I see I have the recommendation is that subject to approval by the Ministry of Education, the board approved the construction plans for the new replacement school for Jack Minor Public School, Kingsville Public School, and Kingsville District High School, and the project budget for tendering of the construction of the new replacement school for Jack Minor Public School, Kingsville Public School, and Kingsville District High School of $48,181,717, inclusive of taxes and rebates. So both of those together, I see we have moved by Trustee Cook, seconded by Trustee Hatfield. Thank you very much. We've got that on the floor, and I'm looking to who's starting our presentation this evening. Is it our guests?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is Superintendent Armstrong. I would just like to welcome Brad Giori, who is our Coordinator of Capital Projects, to tonight's meeting to discuss the design and budget of the new JK-12 school in Kingsville. Additionally, I would also like to welcome Carmen Brunone and Dan Amicone from Architectura to share a presentation tonight regarding the design of the new replacement school. And following that presentation, we would be happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Take it away.
Dan and/or Carmen, are you sharing your screens?
Yeah, right there, Juliana. Good evening, trustees. I'm going to share my screen now. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening. I'll take you through the slide slow presentation, and then I have a video that Rochelle will play at the end of my PowerPoint presentation. So as you can see, I have a site plan that's up. We'll start with the site plan. As you can see, the school building is colored that light gray field. As you can see, the building is very, very compact and planned. That is by nature. The efforts of the design, because we wanted to make it a very efficient plan and a very concise plan to make sure that we reduce the amount of traffic from one zone to another, and the students sort of traveling from one area to another. So we wanted to kind of make the overall size of the school nice and compact. So it's a two-story plan. And it's bounded by Jasperson Lane. That's on the west side, basically on the top of the page. The main entrance from Jasperson is via two laneways. Number one is the main entrance, which takes you through the sort of a combined bus bay and visitor drop-off area. And then another one is sort of proceeds to sort of get access to the secondary school drop-off as well as parking. And then the elementary school parking and sort of drop-off zone. So you'll see by the next slide how we've kind of compartmentalized the two schools. So the secondary school is basically the north half of the site, or the north being on the right-hand side of the page. So the blue area is basically all the secondary school zone. You have the drop-off lane, as I mentioned, in that yellow kind of region, and then the parking area is adjacent to that. On the elementary side, essentially the orange area, and then its drop-off lane and the elementary parking to the south. And then the main entrance off of Jasperson comes via two lanes, as I mentioned, one that sort of takes you to the combined bus bay and sort of drop-off lane, because we felt that in order to sort of minimize the traffic throughout the site, we wanted to ensure that we have a very safe plan and a very safe kind of traffic and circulation around the site, and have a combined, condensed kind of bus bay in the front of the school. So for visibility, and sort of we can deter any buses from looping and then sort of mixing in with the cars and the sort of the drop-off zones to each of the two schools. In addition to that, we have the visitor and daycare parking, because we feel that, again, with the visitor parking, we can share a little bit of the daycare parking and main entrance. And I'll show you that in a minute where the daycare entrance is, but essentially share that for the daycare entrance from the visitor parking area. The plan here shows you basically arrows to all the combined entrances, or all the individual entrances. So the secondary school entrance is from the main area, or that main drop-off area from the main sort of part of the school. It has another sort of entrance to the secondary side, because we know that with the parking on the north side, we have students coming in from the parking area into the secondary school zone. On the elementary side, we have, as I mentioned, on the south side, you have the drop-off zone that the students are being able to be dropped off or kiss and drop at the front of the school. Its elementary entrance is right there, sort of in the middle of the elementary school area. And then the daycare entrance, as I mentioned, because we have that shared parking with the visitor parking in the main entrance, it sort of comes in from the sort of the west side into the daycare area. You'll see some of the other arrows on the lower part of the plan or on the east side. We know that by design with the elementary, as students arrive, they're going to come via sort of the bus, either from the bus drop off, they'll come down the sidewalk and into the kindergarten play zone, or they'll come through the kiss and drop area and sort of come into the kindergarten play zone, depending on their age group, or they'll come right into the play area for the kindergarten area. Oh, sorry. And then the other areas in terms of the arrow sort of defining other entry exit points to and from the individual school zones for elementary and secondary. So you have the play yard entrance from elementary, another one for elementary zones through here, and another one sort of central in the middle of the elementary school. And then you have two located for the secondary school, because they're going to come in to and from the sort of the secondary sports field, which is located here, to and from the change rooms, which is sort of located in the middle of the plan. So moving to the actual floor plan. As I mentioned, the blue zone is essentially your secondary school, and the orange is the elementary school. The yellow area is all the daycare, because we know part of the program requires a daycare, as well as OEYC, which is the kind of pinky kind of magenta area. And again, that's all sort of near the elementary schools area. We know that there's going to be sort of suggested sort of privacy doors or security doors that are going to be located in the hallways between the two schools to provide a secure kind of entryway between the two areas. And that's on the main floor, is going to be basically in two locations, both at the back of the school and the front of the school. Locating the gyms was also a key kind of component here, because as I mentioned, that there's a two-story kind of concept design. We know that the gym areas are always kind of two-story in height. Well, it's very efficient if we locate the gyms sort of centralized within the sort of two-story component by locating them in the center. So our thought is to sort of locate the secondary school gym in the center and sort of wrap the 2 stories of program around the secondary school zone. And then similarly in the elementary, we would provide the elementary gym in the center and provide the sort of the programming for the elementary zone around the perimeter of the elementary school gym. In addition to that, we have some of the different sections that are in each program, and I'll take you through some of the areas. First, we have on the secondary side, we have the technical vocational wing. So essentially the 3 labs for manufacturing, automotive, and wood. So they're on the one side. And then they're going to be sort of bordered by an exterior kind of ground area that is sort of provides sort of the external storage for the technical vocational section. And then we also have in each of the schools now for the elementary as well as secondary, we have special education. So on the special education, because we wanted to make on the secondary side, we want to make it close to parking and close to sort of the drop-off zone. We provide it close to the exterior wall, which is located here. On the elementary side, we've located it more internal because we thought that it would be better served if they're more sort of inclusive of the elementary school, to have it more internally rather than sort of having the need to sort of have it adjacent to sort of drop off from the exterior. So from a design perspective, we felt that it would be better more internally into the plan. Music and arts, there's music and arts in each of the programs. So on the elementary side, we have the music room sort of located adjacent to the gymnasium area. And then similarly on the secondary side, we have the music room sort of combined with a stage. located sort of adjacent to the two of the three component gymnasiums on the secondary side, and then the dramatic arts and the other lab that's sort of within the area that also provides sort of access to and from the gymnasium area for the arts program. And then the administration, we know that's also key to each of the sort of the school zones next to the main entrance. So starting with the elementary, if you remember the arrow that sort of comes from the parking and drop off is just sort of located just adjacent to the exterior entrance. We have admin located right adjacent, so we can provide us a sort of a security entrance into a secure area for and monitor the people coming in and out of the elementary school. And then similarly on the JK or the secondary side, we have the administration sort of being flanked by the main entrance here as well too. So the other thing that sort of also a point here is on the secondary side, and I'll just kind of move that. I'm not sure what's happening to this PowerPoint. So on the secondary side, there's also part of that main entrance is other kind of program things that we wanted to make sure that we were also properly addressing near the main entrance. So if you remember the main entrance, the administration in that blue sort of rectangle, we also located the cafeteria and the library off that area sort of have a really kind of sense of sort of public and sort of learning right in the sort of central commons area within the secondary school. On the elementary side, we wanted to make sure that something similar was happening where we have the admin, but we flank the learning aspect of that main entrance and sort of flank it with the library right off the main entrance. So people coming in the elementary side would sort of see the library as soon as they walk into the elementary school. And then, as I mentioned, the secure doors. So now on the second floor, this is basically the second floor. We have the one set of secure doors because there's only one corridor that sort of takes us to the north and south of the plant. So there's one location that would provide that security door between the elementary side and the secondary side. And then each program or each school has science rooms. So on the elementary side, we located them on the second floor, located here. And then on the secondary, like the school side, we have the science room sort of located sort of central in the one wing down the one side of the north side of the school. Music and arts. This is on the second floor because there's only so much room for the program for the elementary school. On the main floor, we located the music room and the art room. Sorry, the art room, the two art rooms on the second floor for the elementary school, and then for the music room for the secondary, because it's a two-story space above the stage. It just basically is shown sort of centralized off the two-part or off the two-story gym. And from there, I will ask Rochelle to sort of cue the video. I think I need to stop sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Rochelle who's showing the video?
Yes.
Yeah. Just give me 1 minute. For some reason, it's not loading now. It was all working before. Oh, here it is.
Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. Make sure.
Thank you very much. Do we have anything further?
That was the presentation, so I'll throw it back to you for any questions, Alicia.
Thank you very much. Do we have anything to add from administration, or should we allow trustees to ask questions of our presenters this evening? Trustee Hatfield, go ahead with questions.
Thank you. My question is to administration. Can you tell me how the price tag on this new build compares to Tecumseh Vista, which is probably most comparable?
This is Superintendent Armstrong. I'm wondering if Ms. Hinchliff might be able to answer that question.
Oh, okay, sorry. And I think in there we also need to understand the capacity of those schools too, if they're similar between Tecumseh Vista and Kingsville.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Tecumseh Vista was built, and I can't remember, but I'm going to say close to now 8 to 10 years ago. And so, yeah, it's been a while.
Wow.
And to compare price tags now is a little bit crazy. The size of the school is pretty similar. There were 400 or 500 secondary at TVA, and I think 900 elementary, so it's about 1,400. This school is over 1,700, so it's a much bigger school.
Yeah.
Tecumseh Vista, as I've said before, all the stars aligned at Tecumseh Vista, and we must have put it out to tender at a very, very full moon or something, because we received, I think, bids that were about $129 a square foot. Where this school now, the price tag is over 200. So it's, I think that the really great thing about a school this size is that there's a lot of economies of scale. It is definitely more pricier, but within the 5, 6, 8 years that Tecumseh Vista has been going, we would expect this kind of increase in costing, for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a reasonable answer, and thank you very much for that information.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from trustees for either administration or Trustee Olmsted? Go ahead. And then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm having a lot of difficulties tonight with my connection and the chat room. So I have a multitude of questions here. I'll start with number one. Being as my family is, we're part of the new LDSS school, and my husband teaches there. We were kind of, we walked through the process with my husband when it was being built, and having a student be the first class in the school. We know that there's a lot of concerns even with that build, and it's a beautiful building. So my first issue is the size of the hallways in this build. There is congestion in the hallways of LDSS, and the hallways are considerably more narrow than the ones in old builds, for instance. And in LDSS, in the secondary panel upstairs, there are classrooms in between the hallways. So the traffic flowing in, like, say, east direction have their own hallway with a classroom in between, and then in the westward direction, so that there's not the congestion, and there's also classrooms are more quiet. These hallways seem considerably more narrow than the ones at LDSS, just by the drawings here. So has there been thought to that in terms of the noise that might occur, or the congestions in the hallways, in the stairwells? All these issues were brought up when Leamington High School opened. And so we just both, my family, we all looked at these plans, and that was the first thing that caught our eye. So how wide are these hallways? Are they the same width as LDSS? Is anything going to be in the middle of them to kind of break up the congestion? And are there lockers going through all the hallways in the secondary panel?
Thank you very much. Who wants to take that?
Superintendent Armstrong, I'll pass this along to Ms. Hinchliffe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions through you, Madam Chair. The hallways in this school are 8.5 feet locker face to locker face. That is comparable to Leamington in the tech wing. It is not comparable to Leamington in the academic wing. Leamington academic wing is much different than what we have here. One of the things too is that a lot of the school, especially on the secondary side, is what we call single loaded corridors. So if you look at the design, a lot of the classrooms do not face another classroom. There is a little bit of double loading on the second floor towards the east side of the school, but most of the classes don't face another class. And so that kind of helps with congestion. But if you've been to the Leamington Tech Wing, that is the same width of hallway. And that's not, I believe, hopefully, where the problems have been. So I think we've thought it out very well, and we've taken that into account, because I know we've heard it even through community input, that there was some concern. But when you look at a school of this size, it is much larger than Leamington. So everything looks almost out of proportion, right? But the hallways in the tech wing at Leamington are the exact same size as these hallways. So I hope that helps.
A supplemental to that, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. That does help a lot. The tech wings are substantially larger than the academic area at LDS. Are the stairwells wider as well? Because I know that there's considerable congestion within the stairwells at Leamington. So are the other stairwells the same width? And are there multiple stairwells? I'm trying to see on these plans.
There
students.
Yeah, there are multiple stairwells. There's a main focal point stairwell that goes right into the cafeteria. Then there's one that's a little bit farther down and one at the end of the hallway. So I think there's 3, and I'll look to the architect to help me with that one. I think there's at least 3 stairwells, which provide a lot of diversity in how to get down from upstairs. So if somebody's finding one stairwell too cramped, then there's multiple ways to get to the first floor and get up to the second floor. So it's not the same kind of layout where in Leamington you have 2 stairs in the academic wing, 1 up, 1 down, and then there's no stairs anywhere else. So it provides a lot of congestion in hindsight in those 2 stairwells. So I'm hoping now with the 3 stairwells that there's some diffusion of the traffic.
Okay, and there are lockers throughout all the hallways in the secondary panel?
Yes,
Just
we've
like
allowed for every student to have a locker on both elementary and secondary.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have many questions as well, and I want to approach this as respectfully as I can. My video presentation that was just given was stuck. I don't know if anybody else's was. I see here that perhaps one other, well, maybe not, I don't know, anybody else viewing this would have seen the presentation as was meant to be seen. However, I'm going to go by the presentation, the video presentation that I saw that was shared to the community in January, which has had a few viewings, and I'm sure I've seen it probably a dozen times. And so my questions come from that rather than this evening. I've gone over the floor plan and what outstanding questions that the community have passed to me. And I'm assuming some of them have always also been passed on through the Kingsville.K-12 at publicboard.ca route, which was encouraged from the community. And it's been an unusual consultation, I'll say, like everything that's happened over this last year during the pandemic, in that we haven't had any real opportunities to have group conversations amongst the community. And by community, I mean school council members, either former schools that got consolidated into the present schools that remain, or from anybody throughout the park processes. There are 4 parks that happened in order to arrive at where we are today. The one that closed Ruthven Public School, the one that closed Harrow Junior to be consolidated into Harrow Public, so that the 7 and 8s could go to Harrow High School, so that the high school would remain viable and not touched for 5 years. And of course, we know it in year 3, another subsequent park came that involved Harrow District High School, led to its closure, and eventually consolidated into Kingsville High School. So there's only 3 remaining, but I speak from this being the culmination of a decade, you know, and all the questions that were asked throughout those parks, leading to those consolidations, to this ultimate design. And what I see is a compromise. And I think the compromise in the design has come about not because of everybody's valiant efforts to make it the very best thing we could possibly put together for the $44 million that was announced to us 5 years ago, but that was 5 years ago. And it was 5 ministers of education ago and 2 governments ago. So I think what we've got in this design is the best we can do, but I don't see adequate washroom. I'm wondering if there is a servery. We have schools that have legacies for very robust and really needed breakfast programs, for hot lunch delivery by parent and school council groups, community use that is very robust and has been through the predecessor schools, etc. And I don't know how we have a school for 1,700 students and not have a servery. I know we have a family studies room, but we don't have culinary arts or access to a kitchen. How are we to place a school on a concession with no other place sort of to go and not have access for parents and guardians and you know, clubs and supporters from the community to offer those programs that need a kitchen, a working kitchen, and for community use? Why was that scrapped from the design?
Thank you.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, I'll take part of this answer, and maybe I'll ask Superintendent Awander to assist as well. There are definitely adequate washrooms. The building code requires us to put adequate washrooms. There is also enough washrooms for future portables or additions. We are very careful with that. So this school has enough washrooms. I think it's one toilet for every, or one fixture for every 26 females, and one urinal for every 22 males, etc. And those are calculations done by the architect, and we would not get a building permit without that. In terms of the servery, we had some long discussions with both the school community today and the other elementary communities as well, the school communities. Even in the TVA setting, the servery is not something that's in any elementary schools. Serveries like in the cafeteria aren't being utilized. Serveries that we've constructed in any elementary school have not been fully utilized because of their design. When we initially started designing serveries in elementary school, we always thought, oh, we'll put them off the gym and they'll be able to have hot dog days. And they were never big enough. They were never utilized enough. And that's why there was always the fallback to, okay, then let's look at other options. So in Westgate, for example, we built a kitchen in the early on room, which is a shared space so that the community can use it as well as the school can use it. And that's the same situation here in this elementary setting. The early on has a fully utilized, it has a huge kitchen, and it's a school community. So I love the fact that that space is flexible enough so that if there's early on programming and then the school needs it for a breakfast program, which happens before early on, it's fully available, which is exactly what happens right now at Westgate. So we try to make spaces as flexible as possible. In the secondary side, there was some robust discussion about the cafeteria, and a cafeteria is included. We have found that it's kind of similar to Leamington. We found that cafeterias where we provide services in the school through a cafeteria have not been well subscribed. And so it was a decision that was made not in isolation, but with the school community. But there's always the opportunity, should the need in the end be there, to have that put in at a later date. It doesn't preclude anything. We've allowed for it, and if we need to come in and provide some kind of amenities for that secondary population, we'd be happy to do that. So I'm going to just ask if Superintendent Awander would have anything to add to that.
Yes, I would, through you, Madam Chair. I just would like to say that the extensive, I guess not, I don't want to say debate, but discussion took place with regard to the survey, for example. And we not only received staff advice, but also student voice was brought into it. And the overwhelming decision and I guess thoughts from everybody involved were that the survey was something that was not needed. And again, we were really debating and discussing, and we weren't sure how that was going to end up. But after all of the input that came into it, and we're talking several months of input, that's the decision that finally came about.
Thank you. Is there a supplemental?
Well, there is a supplemental, and it's a comment and a question, because I understand that feedback loop. I understand who you asked, and I understand that you had some students answer. I don't know which students would have answered. Would they have been the students at the Kingsville Public School who are the beneficiaries of the very robust breakfast program? Would they be the students at Harrow Public School who, you know, would have been the inheritors of closing Harrow Junior School, who have made that sacrifice in order to make this happen? Would it be the students of Harrow District High School who are now in Kingsville, who now can walk down the street maybe and go to a restaurant or get something hot for outside of the school? But they would have had the opportunity to have to walk somewhere. There isn't anything on Jasperson Lane right now. There is no other place. So the opportunity to, in close proximity, go somewhere where you're going to get a nutritious meal, whether it be in secondary or elementary, is pretty limited. I appreciate you, first of all, identifying early on rather than OEYC, and saying that there's flex space there and having an availability as long as it doesn't interfere with early on activities. But what if there's something at lunch?
Is there a question that we can follow
well,
up for?
The question is, how robust was the consultation? Because that's not what I'm hearing from everybody sending me the questions. And they've been, I think, maybe duplicated to the Kingsville .k-12 at publicboard.ca, or they may not have been. But there is real concern that there isn't an active survey. So this retrofit that I hear Ms. Hinchcliffe allude to retrofit something like a working kitchen in the secondary part that isn't part of the family studies, why would we retrofit when I honestly think that there's a real need for surgery near the cafeteria or the gym?
Who would like to take, I assume Superintendent Awender can speak to the consultation, and Ms. Hinchcliffe to the retrofit.
Yeah, so I can speak to the consultation through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Like I said, we did do several months of it, and we did discuss back and forth. Is it something necessary? We took into account as well where the location of the school was. We also talked to the staff and the students about what type of lunches do they actually bring to school at present time in the current high school. How many leave the property to go to somewhere else? So there was a lot of consultation that took place with regard to that. I guess just based on it, and it was fairly overwhelming, the numbers were that the survey wasn't necessary. Essex District High School has a similar setup that we are going to do at the new Kingsville K-12 school. And the same type of discussions took place for that particular school. And it seems to be working really well there based on all of the I guess, input we've heard after the fact that it's been done. So we're fairly confident that it'll be a good decision in the long run. As far as the retrofitting, I can pass that over to Ms. Hinchcliffe.
And just to add to that, when we look at the elimination of a cafeteria service in a school, we also look at the viability and the profitability of that cafeteria. So every school, and we work through the purchasing department, and there wasn't any profitability in the one at Kingsville, even though, so I think we looked at that as well. In terms of the retrofit, my comments around that relied on the fact that if the need ended up being there, then we had the ability after the fact to do something to assist, whether it's various things like more microwaves or an area where there could be some additional like Subway coming in and bringing sandwiches, so on and so forth. So there's other opportunities besides getting a cafeteria provider coming in. But the decision was not made lightly, and it was certainly not made in isolation. And in terms of elementary schools, as I said previously, serveries in elementary schools have had seen limited use. They are used in breakfast programs, which we've now incorporated and partnered with early on to use that space before they even start, because they start when school's already in session, to use a fully functioning kitchen to provide breakfast programming for any child in elementary. In terms of a secondary, I've never, or a lunchtime option, I've never seen one or experienced one, except for hot dog days or pizza days that happen in an elementary school. And serveries that we've built up until Westgate, which is the first school we stopped putting serveries in. Serveries are not used. Their design was wrong. It's something we realized at Westgate, that we've been putting these things in and they haven't been utilized appropriately just because they're in the wrong place. They're not big enough. They don't have the functionality that's required. And that's why we've kind of taken on this early on and kind of using that space in multiple ways.
Thank you very much. And if trustees have a second question, I'll put you in the queue for a second question, but I'm going to move through the list for our first questions. Trustee Halberstadt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to shift gears a little bit on this, but in looking at the photos from that school, it looks very beautiful, actually. I'm wondering what's going to happen with the landscaping. We've got a regulation on the agenda tonight, which basically says that Carolinian woodlands are going to need to dominate, or that's the way I read it, need to dominate the landscaping. And I like all that natural stuff, but in looking at the picture there tonight, there seems to be a lot of green grass and little shrubs. So I'm wondering if that's being taken into consideration now that the landscaping seems to be moving towards native grass and woodlands.
Yes, thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. We're required to submit in every new school setting, we're required to submit to site plan control, and site plan control requires us to submit a landscape plan. And those landscape plan requires us to plant a certain number of trees, to have a certain presence on the road. They certainly don't want a building and a parking lot. They want us to provide landscaping. We always try to do or plant or have indigenous varieties of plants, which is, and Carolinian is a great opportunity. Those are done through our landscape contractor or landscape consultant who's been working for the board, Bezair and Associates, for many years. And he actually did the beautification over at Suzuki. So he's very much aware of indigenous and native plants to Canada. And we will certainly make sure that those form part of the landscaping. We never fully landscape a school because that takes away from the ability of the school community to participate in school ground greening. So we do the start. We make sure that it's low maintenance, that it's functional, but we certainly want the school community involved when there's opportunities, for example, an outdoor classroom. We want them involved. And the school community, because this is kind of not a new school yet, they're not together, we want to make sure that we involve them. So if there are plans moving forward with the new JK-12 school council, that they would want to see an outdoor naturalized area, we would be more than happy to be there to assist them and to provide that planning services for them. But we would never do those things in isolation.
Okay, just a supplementary. It's under site plan control, so I'm assuming that the municipality could put a bit of a roadblock into the woodland landscaping. Is that a fair comment? Because site plan control is usually from the municipality.
Yes, it is. They normally don't stop landscaping. They normally ask for more. And so that's the balance we have when we're dealing with municipalities. But no, they don't stop those type of adventures. There is and I speak now at a point of I don't have strong knowledge, but there is a floodplain near the creek there that I'm not sure what the limitations are of what we can and cannot plant there. But it is just along, obviously, the creek that's there. But we would certainly want to master plan any kind of school ground greening there, because there is sports fields that are there, and we want to make sure that we work in consult with both school communities, the elementary and the secondary, to ensure that what is provided works for them and that they're involved in the process.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a good answer.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other trustees with a first question? I do have at least one trustee on for a second question, so I want to make sure everyone gets their first question in before I move forward with that. Trustee Halberstadt, can I get you to put your hand down so I recognize you next time? Thank you. I do have one question before we move on to the second round of questions, and it's kind of leading from some questions that we've had about the servery on the secondary side. And I see in the public consultation portion of the report that there's been requests for things like a pool, a greenhouse, and track facilities, and I note from Ms. Hinchliffe that there are opportunities for a servery, and perhaps there are opportunities for things like a greenhouse and track facilities as well. My question is are there academic programs that require those facilities that are present in the school community now that would be underserved by not having them in the new build and would have to wait for them to be accomplished later as kind of a second phase? Are there any academic programs that would require those facilities that we don't see yet, something like culinary or a horticultural program perhaps?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Superintendent Awander if he would like to assist with this question.
I think I would like to pass that over to Superintendent Ganti, being on the secondary side as far as the programs go.
Thank you, Superintendent Allender. Sorry, my device was not working. Yes, what I've seen from the plans, and again, I was able to go to some of the meetings with Superintendent Allender, and from what I've seen, there's a great opportunity to have all of the academic items that we see at our other schools. The science labs are there. We've got the tech labs are there. So in terms of going back to the question, is there something specifically that you don't see in the drawings that you're looking for?
My questions were just around, we had some questions around the servery and whether that was there, it's not in these plans now, and could it be added later? And there, I noted in the public consultation documents, there are things like a greenhouse and track facilities and a pool even that have been requested, though they're not able to be put in this design for one reason or another. And I just wanted to get a better sense of the things that you spoke about before, the science labs and even our music rooms and things. They are attached to academic programs, and so the students need access to those sorts of facilities in order to complete their work and get a real sense of their achievement. And so I'm just wondering, with the lack of a servery, with the lack of a greenhouse, are there academic programs that are going to be impacted negatively by not having those?
Okay, in terms of, I was just remembering that there is a schism for a agricultural program that I know that the principal, Bill Tosey, did apply for that. So I know that he's hoping that they can look at a greenhouse later on in terms of additions. So a greenhouse is something that they might look at, and there's certainly space that we could look at for that. In terms of a servery, again, I was not privy to those conversations. I'm not sure, if a servery is something that they would need in the future. And again, I know that Superintendent Allwender mentioned the surveys with staff and students. And so I'm not sure if the intention is for staff and students to have food that they bring to the school for themselves, if a servery is necessary. I'm really not sure about that.
Maybe I can assist, just providing a little bit of clarification if I may jump in. The servery, thank you. The servery that would be in the secondary side, if there is one, is not open to students. So the servery would be contracted out to a Chartwell's type service. So it wouldn't be a program type facility of any kind, if that would help provide some clarification. So at this point, it's like, Leamington has a culinary, but it doesn't have a family studies. Kingsville doesn't have a culinary, but it has a family studies. So that's kind of, so as far as I can tell, because the kitchen isn't available for programming, if we had put one in, like a servery, I don't think it would impact programming at all.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so looking through, I don't see any other first questions, so I'm going to Trustee Olmsted for her second question.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I might be missing something, but I can't seem to find a staff room for the secondary teachers. I see one for the elementary side panel. Are the staff expected to share one staff room, and if so, will it be split into two separate areas for the two? They teach very different styles and very different prep times, and if it's just one giant room, are there enough spaces like within the schools for teachers to actually do their preps during their prep period? I know in Leamington there's lots of breakout rooms and areas throughout where the teachers can do their prep, but every classroom is in use during every minute of the day. So my concern with this is I just don't see like prep spaces. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's an atrium I'm not seeing with these sketches, but is there room for teachers to adequately prep? And also, is there a secondary staff room that I've just missed in my going through these plans?
I think I will start through you, Madam Chair, and maybe Superintendent Allwender can assist. The staff room situation marries the one at TVA. There's one staff room for the whole school population. One of the things that some comments we had when we talked to TVA about the current arrangements is that they would like more opportunities for the elementary and secondary to collaborate. And that's why there is one staff room. The timing, because elementary and secondary, and this is a discussion for a much different person than me, but at TVA right now, The elementary and secondary have different timetabling, so that collaboration doesn't happen in a staff room because they're there at different times. So the staff room's always available for teacher prep because at this point, because none of the programming has been decided or timetabling has been decided for Kingsville, there is always opportunity to use that space. There's also multiple areas that we call meeting rooms, resource rooms, storage rooms, which in my view are whatever the principal wants them to be. We make them very flexible spaces. We make sure that there's Wi-Fi in that space, additional power. Some meeting rooms are used for teacher prep. Some meeting rooms are used for external itinerant staff. Some meeting rooms are used for storage. Multiple opportunities, both on the elementary and the secondary side for that. So we typically find that as the school community starts to develop, the spaces then define themselves. And I know in a Kingsville type setting, based on their current enrollment, I think there'll be plenty of opportunities for spaces, even within classrooms right now, until the community grows for teacher preparation time. So I hope that helps. And if Superintendent Awander may want to add something.
Yeah, thank you, Juliana. I was just going to add that, yeah, we do have the breakout spaces like there are at Leamington. But I think somebody that would be great to talk about the actual elementary secondary staff room is Superintendent Canty, because he was at Herman when we did the retrofit there, and that's the single staff room, and I think he could probably talk about that. So Superintendent Canty, do you want to touch on that?
Thanks once again, Mr. Superintendent Owender. Yeah, so when we did the K-12 at Herman, we did have both elementary and secondary using the same staff room, and we had a computer lab in there for teachers to use as well. And as Ms. Henchcliffe pointed out, they're on separate timetables. So the elementary would be in at one time of the day when they'd go to class, the secondary would come in, and so it was never overly congested. I believe we had 4 fridges in there for teachers to use. So it was a good shared space. And what we also tried to do is do some collaboration in that space with the secondary and elementary staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did we have a supplemental there, Trustee Olmsted?
I do, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So the breakout rooms that were referenced, are those available for student work as well, like group work? I know if you walk into high schools, I have high school students here, there's always students working in groups. Collaboration is very important. So are there spaces within the school to accommodate group work for the actual students? Again, I can't seem to find them on this drawing, so I'm just trying to piece this together in my head, and I'm not finding what I'm looking for.
I think I'll let Superintendent Awander respond to that one.
Yes, Trustee Olmsted, I was when I said breakout rooms, I meant that there's the areas for the staff to kind of get together. What does seem to happen with high school, even if it's just a 9 to 12 high school, is a lot of the people within their own department end up basically getting together quite often. And so these rooms that I call breakout rooms are for the staff that I was referring to.
Thank you very much. Okay, so seeing no other questions from trustees, I had one last one, and just kind of to wrap up, and I'll take this opportunity to thank our guests. Sorry, Trustee Burgess, did you have a question?
I have a few questions, yes.
I can do one more question, but we really do have to stick to our rules, and I can allow for one more question if you'd like to kind of get it down to one.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you. I'm feeling very constrained and by the entire process, because as trustee for the area, I think that normally And I'm going by previous trustees getting to this point, to the acceptance and approval of the design. There would have been much more interaction and much more feedback. I'm going to say for the last year, because of the pandemic, it's been very, very difficult because everything's been virtual. But the question I have is, why are we making so many compromises? And I'm going to say that because I haven't been able to elucidate in one question what the compromises are. They're about too much black space and blacktop around the early years, and how where this is situated is so totally different from Westgate. How we can't compare to TVA because they have no technical except for a robotics program. The cost for this build is so completely different from any other K-12. It's not a rebuild like Herman. It has dual track like Herman, but I anticipate more growth for FI. I haven't seen any talk about where the portables are going to go, where the plans for growth are going to go. So my question is, comparing the ministry funding that has been announced for builds like Catholic Central and the money that's going to flow for DM Eagle being elementary, Catholic Central being high school, comparing even the General Amherst and Western build for high school, looking at the enrollment, you get a calculation of about $30,000 for each high school student who's going to attend, and about $24,000 for every elementary student that's going to attend. If we look at that and we extrapolate by what we're anticipating for 1,045 elementary students and 753 high school students, we're underfunded by at least $3, maybe $4 million just for status quo from other announcements from the ministry. Why would we make these compromises by having, to make difficult decisions, cut one of the tech rooms, not have a servery, have some narrower hallways in some places, not have some of the concerns that I haven't been able to raise, I just mentioned some, without going first to the ministry and asking whether or not we could have them recognize that 5-year-old funding is not giving us the design room in order to deliver what we promised our former park members and former, people who have watched this process for 10 years. It's not delivering the kind of opportunity for parents and guardians to go in and use a kitchen and have a hot soup day. I'm not talking hot dogs and pizza. I'm not talking about Subway's sandwiches coming in. I'm talking about student nutrition and not worrying about whether a cafeteria is profitable. I'm talking about a school plopped somewhere that you can't get to the Legion like you did at Harrow to have Burger Wednesday. You can't get to anywhere from this position. So why would we compromise our ability to try to petition the ministry to understand that this is underfunded and that we're making this design built on a budget that is outdated and inadequate and not equal to what's being built now?
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Who wants to?
If it's okay, I'd like to take a stab at it through you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you.
Just from a logistical point of view, from strictly a programming on paper design point of view, this school absolutely has no compromises to any other school we've built in any other time. It has the square footage of every room in Leamington, which, as far as I know, has been well received. The principal there has called it a model for every other school that we have. Room sizes are exactly the same. Programming is exactly as approved by the board and by trustees. and by the ministry. We haven't cut programming. One of the things when we try to save money is we never cut programming space. That is, to us, just sacrosanct. It has to be there. And it is. And we've been lucky enough, because the school is so large, that we've had some great economies of scale, and we're able to deliver the programming that's required in a school that certainly deserves it. And that's my personal opinion only. And I can let Superintendent Awander respond as well.
I can respond, but it'll be very similar to what Juliana just said. We do have, I think, great programming that's going to be able to take place in that school, and I don't believe anything was compromised.
Thank you very much.
Supplemental to that, Madam Chair, there have been innumerable messages to me about conversations from staff, community members, as I said, former park members who said, wait a minute, we were told we were going to have an 8,000 square foot elementary gym, and now we have 6,600, and now we don't have a wooden floor, and you know, we have a heritage of, you know, having tournaments. Some families of schools don't have heritages of having tournaments come to their building. We do for this build, and that's through Kingsville District High School mostly, but certainly some of the elementary. I get that we've tried to incorporate as much as we can from existing program, but I don't think we should ever take the snapshot of programming that is teacher-led, rather than having a vision for the future and saying, wow, you know, French immersion has been somewhat stagnant at KPS, mostly because of the condition of the building, quite honestly. It's not because of the attraction of the program. So where are we going to put the portables? Where is the track that is mentioned in the report? There is room for a track, I see. Accommodation for future track facilities has also been provided. I don't see it anywhere in the report. I don't see it anywhere in the drawings. I see some fields.
I hear two questions there. I hear a question about portables and
growth.
One about the
growth and what's going forward. I see this as not being adequate to the task, and I'm going to move a motion to, if I could, to defer this, because I think the problem is funding that is driving the design.
So would someone like to answer the questions about growth?
Yep, I would be happy to start that conversation through you, Madam Chair. We always allow for growth between the elementary and the secondary school. We've allowed for future portables as well as a future addition. Also, on the east side of the property, right behind the school, we have laid out a future track. It is not shown in these drawings because these drawings are for your approval. But we have taken that into consideration for sure. So we have planned for both growth as well as a future track. In terms of a wood floor in elementary, we haven't put a wood floor in elementary in my time here, and I've been here for quite a while. And no elementary school has had issues with that. We use some exceptional flooring. It is not the vinyl tile flooring that we use. And the only elementary school that has wood flooring is TVA, because that is a double gym on both sides, and the door opens in between. So when you open the door in between, you have 4 full gyms of over 2,000 square feet, or 2,000 square feet each. In the elementary school, I've never built a gym greater than 6,000 square feet ever in any school, in any elementary school that we have. So I would never say that we would build an elementary gym of 8,000 square feet, because it would not be supportable in any situation. In this case, in terms of a wood floor in the elementary gym, we can certainly separate price it, but because of the fact that there's a masonry wall between the triple gym on the secondary side and the elementary gym. It's not necessary to put a wood floor there, but we would be happy to separately price it. And then if we get lucky and we get great bids, then we would be able to afford something like that for sure.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hinchliffe. So Trustee Burgess, I did hear there that you had put a motion on the floor. We are dealing with a motion here. Are you looking to put a motion on the floor?
To postpone this? To postpone this, you know, we usually call it a motion to defer it, but it's a motion to postpone this to a time that's not certain, because I'm looking at item L2, which used to be item L8 on the original, you know, draft agenda. And I didn't hear the answer to my question about, particularly about the funding that is driving these things, because it's not equitable. We're not in an equitable decision.
So what is the motion? What is the motion?
The motion is to postpone this decision until a time when we can get an answer back for advocacy for more funding for a better design to meet the needs of the community, as expressed by the community.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
No.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have a chat available. I'll second it. It's Trustee Olmsted, sorry.
Okay. Trustee Olmsted has seconded it, so we can debate this motion.
As the mover?
Yep, go ahead.
I appeal to my colleagues, and in the most respectful way. There's been an awful lot of work. There's been years of work on this, and I want to recognize that I think for $44 million, this is a very good design. However, the feedback I've gotten very clearly from the community, and that would have been maybe seen in the raw data coming through the kingsville.k12 at publicboard.ca submissions. It's not really reflected in the summary in the report, but it certainly has come to me in every way possible: messages, texts, phone calls, emails, you name it. And they've been persistent. They've been prolonged and persistent. So while I understand that maybe there's not been a gym bigger than 6,000, we haven't built a school for 1,700 for a while either. And I will remind Plant and Facility of the fight we had to repair the wooden floor at Jack Minor versus replacing it with a vinyl tile. There is a strong expectation within the community for collapsing and consolidating many schools to at least rise to the standard that they anticipated, expected, or had. And I don't see those things reflected in this design. And I can't envision where the track is by the verbal description that I just heard. I don't know where it is. I can't see it. I haven't, all I know is I have lots of conversations, and I'm glad to see that there's room for it. So my plea to my colleagues is that I understand the gravity of delay on this. I understand that it means a different time for a shovel in the ground. I don't take that lightly. I take that with a great burden. This has been delayed far too long already. But I think if we don't take a pause and ask the ministry to at least recognize that we've had, this is 5-year-old money.
Trustee Burgess, we do have a point of information from the floor. I
didn't see that.
Would wrap up. Trustee Hatfield, do you have a point for information?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So several times the Speaker, Trustee Burgess, has referred to this build as a $44 million project, and the motion that's on the floor is for a build of 48 million.
Thank you. 45, and I believe that includes taxes.
The motion on the floor, sorry, is 48 million.
48,181,717.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's with taxes and whatever else, right?
That's the, yes, inclusive of taxes and rebates, yes.
Yeah. So the original motion, as I said, the original announcement, I'm going by what is being funded, what we're asking from the ministry, what was announced. I think we need to ask for more to reflect current and anticipated inflationary costs and a better design that takes in what was originally and persistently asked for by the community. I've raised these. I can't bring them forward to you with speakers in line because I will tell you, people are very hesitant to join a speakers list with this method. They would have been there at a community meeting if we had been there in person. I'm glad that there's been a lot of interest, but I assure you that this is a legitimate and persistent concern.
Thank
that
you, Trustee
somehow.
Burgess.
Okay, so it really needs deferral until such time that we get a clear answer back from the ministry that we can't use proceeds of disposition or any other method or debenture.
Trustee Burgess, we do need to move forward through comments and questions on this motion.
That's fine, but you asked me to speak. I could speak to it as the mover, and I think in our bylaws you get a maximum of 10 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I will speak. I'm opposed to the deferral. I think I've heard from many members of the community in the Kingsville area asking when are we going to get this project done? And I think we're moving forward. The project is long overdue. I didn't really hear anything from any of the discussion that this school is not sufficient for what's required for program delivery in Kingsville. I think that the community wants the school and they want it built as soon as possible. They've waited long enough. I also think that we certainly put at risk the $48 million that we have earmarked by the province if we go back to them cap in hand saying, yeah, that's not quite enough because we want a servery or we want a wood hard floor in the gym. I think the school is going to be a great asset, just like the Leamington School build was, just like many of the builds that we've done have all been welcomed by the community. So I'm opposed to the deferral and I would support the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hatfield, do you have a comment or was it just your point for information?
Sorry, it was just my point of information.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have any other comments or questions on this motion for deferral? I will comment on it. I want to thank Trustee Burgess for her advocacy for the community. I know that there have been, that she has heard from her community and she is speaking on their behalf, and I want to thank her for that. I know looking forward into some of our newer builds that one that's going to be happening right around the corner from me, that we're going to be looking down the barrel of money promised years before the cost to build it are a reality, and we have a motion that we're going to be debating very shortly that could have some impact on the future of that, and I welcome that, and I think it is a serious concern that we have, not just us here, not just for this JK to 12 school, not just for all the schools in our community, but across the province. We see it reflected in information that comes out of OPSPA and questions that come from our fellow trustees across the province. I think it is a worthy question and one that us as community representatives should be asking. But I do agree with Trustee Leclerc that this community has waited for this, and my my struggle in that rests on the side of this, getting this investment for the community and helping them move forward into it, and knowing that it will be exciting. And it will be wonderful for the community. And so I won't be supporting the deferral at this time, but I want to thank the mover. Trustee Halberstadt, do you have a question or a comment? And then we will move to vote on the motion for deferral.
Yeah, I was going to call the question.
I'll take that. So I'm going to call the question on the motion for deferral of this, and I will look for opposition either in the chat or by voice from trustees. So anyone opposed to deferral? I'm seeing some in the chat. One, two, three.
I believe you have to take a vote on calling the question.
There was my ruling was that we were going to move on after Trustee Halberstadt's question to the vote. So we have opposition. Do we have anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm opposed, so that fails. So looking, thank you, Trustee Burgess. So we are back on the main motion, and the main motion is per the recommendation on the agenda. And so I'm looking for opposition to the original motion, the original recommendation, which is the motion on the floor now. I'm looking for opposition to that. Anyone opposed to that? Anyone abstaining? I want to give everyone a chance to unmute if they need to. I thank you very much, and that passes. I want to thank, before they go, our guests this evening, Mr. Brunoni, Mr. Amiconi, and Mr. Georgie as well. Thank you very much for that that presentation and your joining us this evening. Thank you very much. So moving forward through our agenda, we are at, our agenda has changed a bit tonight, and we are at a point where it has changed. Originally on the agenda, we had item L8 was a notice of motion from Trustee Burgess that administration prepare a report which outlines options for both ministry advocacy and options for a debenture to allow for additional capital funding to address shortfalls and mitigate for design deficits resulting from inflationary costs associated with the 5-year delay between the Ministry of Education's funding announcement and the tender for the GECD build on Jasperson Lane. That will be what we are debating currently. So do I have a mover for that motion?
Burgess move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Anyone to second that?
Madam Chair, this is Trustee Olmsted again. I don't have chat. I will second it. I will second the motion.
Thank you. I know you're struggling with your technology tonight, so I wanted to give it a second. So that has been seconded. As the mover, Trustee Burgess, would you like to comment?
Yes, I would. Having the previous motion pass, I would still like to move for this piece of advocacy to the ministry. I don't think we're alone in the province in this. It still does allude to design deficits. I think I have alluded to some of them. I am very concerned by looking at costs for building with, you know, the cost for what I've seen for pre-stressed concrete, for landscaping, for blacktop, for all kinds of construction costs. I couldn't get anybody to give me any clear indication of whether or not, when this goes to tender, whether or not anybody will meet our tender. We've had projects in the past come under a tender, you know, like TVA, and magically a track appeared by using up the budget that you know, was freed up from a lower bid, as Ms. Hinchcliffe alluded to, the stars aligned. We have no idea now, even in the difference between last year and this year, what tenders will be. Because I think the construction industry is just in a different place, and so is the supply chain, and so are costs. So I know we have contingency, but I will still be advocating for some things. And I will be asking those people who have come forward and asked for those things that I've alluded to, only a quarter of what is considered, you know, what we really need for this area, for this build. So I still think we need to advocate to the ministry for us to be able to use, to have more funding, because I'm not sure that our contingency that we have in this budget is going to be adequate, and nor do I think that we have any kind of guarantee that the tender is going to come in anywhere in the ballpark of what we've just passed. I hope you can support this.
Thank you very much. I do see some questions in the chat. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't understand why we need a motion for ministry advocacy, because that is our given responsibility as trustees, and I think we can certainly advocate at any point in time on absolutely anything that impacts our board, our students, our programs, anything. So I don't really understand why I would want administration to give me a report on what my role is with regard to ministry advocacy. It's a given. And my question is to administration. I thought that previously there had been discussion with regard to, and it may have been this specific build, and I thought that administration had informed us that over these long delays, like the 5 years on this particular build, that administration does have pretty constant communication with the ministry about the funding amount. So could I hear from administration on that, or whether there has never been any conversation for the past 5 years with the amount of funding for this project?
It's Director Kelly. I can certainly turn that over to Superintendent Armstrong, but yes, there have been conversations.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have conversations with the ministry with respect to all of our school construction. I spoke with the manager of the Capital Branch today, specifically about the concerns that have been raised about the funding for this project. The ministry has been pretty clear that it's our responsibility as a board to make sure that we implement the appropriate measures to ensure that the cost of the project is within the approved project funding. Anytime the cost exceeds the amount that the ministry has granted, we have to go to the ministry for approval in order to go over that, whether that's through a revised approval to proceed, through whatever mechanism it is that we have issues with. We do have to go to the ministry, and they've been clear that that they recommend that school boards include optional components in their tender proposal process to provide some pricing flexibility. And you'll see we did that when we did the Amherstburg project. And potentially, if we do have issues with the project costs, the ministry has indicated that school boards do need to look for possible other ways to redesign the project. So it's it's a challenging process to go through. We have to be very specific in terms of what we need and why we need it, because that would require a case, and it does go all the way through to the minister for approval. So it's not just asking for funding for the possibility or the potential that there could be price variances. I mean, we'll go through the RFP process for that. But certainly the ministry is expecting that we are going to do everything we can to make it work within the funding that we have.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you don't have a supplemental from that then. Am I correct?
Sorry, correct.
Thank you. Trustee Chin, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. My question has been answered. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions or comments from trustees on this?
As the mover, final comment?
Go ahead.
I appeal to my colleagues, please, that there has been a recognition in the last little while, the last, I would say, 3 weeks, that, for example, funds for proceeds of disposition could be used for COVID-related expenditures. There has been that little nuanced thing from the ministry saying, use your your own funds, the revenue that you can generate from disposition of property for COVID-related expenses, for example. I didn't ask any of my questions that I wanted to about what green initiatives are in this building, or how, since the design has happened over the last 18 months, have any additional improvements to HVAC, for example, with the realities we live with now. Would we redesign the same school knowing that public health measures are telling us to make sure that we have some contingency plans should things like virtual schools and pandemics hit? We don't plan a school around a pandemic. However, I don't know what the ministry will say if we say, can we use some proceeds of disposition to pay for HVAC, for example, improvements to a higher standard than what is already in this design. I don't know if it's in the design. I didn't get to ask that question, but and then take some of the funding that was scheduled for that, and then make sure that we have green space outside of the early years, and make sure that we have better ingress egress to Jasperson. I didn't hear in the presentation about the scheduling for the new traffic light, for the new traffic, how it's going to be changed. That whole road's going to be changed. I didn't hear any of that, or any of the input from the town of Kingsville. So my plea to you is, please leave it open for us so that admin can come back and say, it's not just admin doing the advocacy, there's a political piece to this, and that's our job. So the report would come back saying, yeah, you can advocate to the minister if you want politically through a letter, trustees, or through your provincial organization, OPSPA, or through however, but this is also how you can debenture if we need to make those improvements to the design because the tender comes in at a certain level, or we do decide to make those upgrades that the community is asking for. As we, I think, what are they, case orders or not work orders, but however the change that happens throughout the build as the build is happening, because designs do change while, after the tender, So I ask you to support this so that administration can come back with a clear, indication that we can ask and get some questions about whether we can use proceeds of disposition for something to mitigate or debenture, or what our political piece versus administration advocating at the ministry is. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I will call the question now. So I'm on the motion as it is. That is on your agendas at L8, but as our current L2. I'm looking for opposition to the motion. So anyone opposed, I will take it by chat or by voice. I've got Trustee Cook and Trustee Hatfield. I need other trustees to give their votes.
Madam Chair, I'd like a recorded vote.
We've had a recorded vote requested. And so I will go through our trustees and I will have you jump on the mic and let me know if you're opposed or in support of. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to go through Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Thank you. Trustee Halberstadt.
Opposed.
Trustee Leclerc.
Opposed.
Trustee Chin.
Opposed.
Trustee Cook.
Opposed.
And Trustee Sipcar.
Support.
And Trustee Hatfield.
Opposed.
And Trustee Olmsted.
Support.
Thank you, Trustee Sartori.
Opposed.
And I'm opposed as well. So that does not pass. We will move through our agenda. So now we are back on the regular agenda, though our numbers have changed a bit. So what was originally L2 is now L3. The regulation for safe schools recommendation is on the agenda. Do I have a mover for that? Moved by Trustee Cook. Any second? Seconded by Trustee Burgess. Thank you so much. Do we have any discussion on this? Any questions from trustees on this? Trustee Burgess.
This was brought forward from the policy committee, and I did hear some discussion about Carolinian species and landscaping when Trustee Halberstadt was speaking to the former motion, but I had to leave the room for a momentary thing, and I just want to say that I think our commitment to using Carolinian species had to be incorporated into the policy. It's not only a matter of practice. I think it's a matter of real commitment, and that I would hope that when we do landscape existing projects or something like what we just discussed on our previous motions for new builds, that we really carefully look at the vision. So I support this policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Trustee Cook, do you have a point of order?
Maybe I'm making a mistake here, but are we not on L3 that used to be L2, which is safe schools?
We are on safe schools.
We're not on the landscaping?
No.
I am very sorry. I just saw the order and I'm on the wrong motion. Please forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you for catching that, Trustee Cook, while I shifted through my agenda here. Do we have any comments on safe schools?
I just have a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt.
On page 128, it seems that the only change would be that in the regulations removes the discretionary power of the principal to suspend students in junior kindergarten, grade 1, 2, and 3 under section 306 of the Ed Act. And then down below seems to be a contrary sentiment. Students of this age group shall not be suspended until under section 310 unless a principal investigation indicates that the student actively warrants a suspension. So on one hand it says principal shouldn't do that, and then can't do that anymore, and then in the next breath we're saying they can based on an investigation. So it's a little confusing to me.
If I could, it's Director Kelly, through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, it is a change. As you noted, the new regulation deals with the fact that obviously, the ministry is directed not to suspend students. There may be, however, exceptional circumstances wherein that needs to occur. So there would need to be a more thorough investigation. I would hope we wouldn't have to ever go there, but I think that that's what allowing a situation, just like we go to expulsion, we do a thorough investigation. So that would be in a very exceptional circumstances. The purpose of the policy really now is to ensure that students at those grade levels are not suspended. But thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, and what's the alternative then when they don't do something as dire as that requires an investigation? What's the alternative when I guess they misbehave?
Well, I mean, obviously, that's something that schools need to work out. There's lots of things like restorative practices, certainly other consequences that wouldn't involve suspension. I mean, the intent is to keep students in school. So principals do have a repertoire of, learnings that would come from that. So it's a much more restorative and or educative process than the suspension route.
Are we pretty well doing that already? Would you say?
Yes, I've always been really proud of what administrators and teachers do in order to ensure that there's learning that comes from that. So yeah, there's lots that's happening there. I think the ministry is taking, a hard stand here on that we really need to support and teach and try to, make sure that our students find different ways of disciplining. But I am always impressed by the work of teachers and principals with regard to making sure that students understand and have consequences, but understand and learn lessons from their behaviors.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from trustees on Safe Schools regulation? Seeing none, I will call the question. All opposed to this regulation? Anyone in opposition? Going once, twice, 3 times, no opposition. That passes. Thank you so much, trustees. And moving on to new L4, the recommendation on landscaping, the policy and regulation on landscaping, moved by trustee Burgess. Do I have a seconder on that? Seconded by trustee Sipkar. Thank you so much. Do we have any discussion on this? Hearing none, I will look for any opposition to this policy and regulation on landscaping. Anyone opposed? Can I get trustees to turn off their microphones while they're not speaking? I'm getting some feedback here. Thank you very much. Anyone opposed? Seeing no opposition, that passes. Thank you so much. L4 has been struck from the agenda by the mover. It's not struck from the agenda, pardon me. It's been postponed till next meeting for anyone watching. So L4 is now gone. We're going to L5. Notice of motion by trustee Hatfield. I see it. We've got a mover and a seconder. Any discussion on this? Trustee Hatfield as the mover.
Yes. Thank you. So I think that there was a great introduction to my motion tonight from our speaker. And I believe that I did provide a little bit of context at a previous meeting. And my motivation for this actually came from an article about our local branch of Canadian Mental Health about tackling the crisis in mental health. And it was one of the first times where the recognition came that the scope, which has really been focused on first responders and healthcare workers, this really was one of the first times I saw in print where education employees were also recognized as being affected by this mental health crisis. Since that first article that prompted my motion, there's been lots of media attention to the mental health crisis due to COVID and all the pressures that are on people these days. And I just think that it's time that we need to take a look at whether or not we are meeting the needs of our employees adequately and fully. And I know that we've done some just great things as a school board all along this pandemic to address the needs of our students and our parents. And we have been addressing mental health in those areas as well. And we did get some additional funding for mental health initiatives specifically for students. But I think it's time now. We've been in this long enough, and we need to examine the impact to our staff. I've asked specifically that the Human Resources Department do the report, because I thought that that was logical, that Human Resources is responsible for the management of our staff, and I thought that's where we should put it. So the 4 areas that I'm asking for came to me actually from classroom staff, teachers, as well as support staff who shared with me some of their concerns. So number 1, of course, everybody knows that we had to pivot quickly to virtual learning. So number 1, I want to know, are our staff struggling with the use of technology for teaching and learning? I don't know what we've done to measure that. So that was one area. The second is the availability of IT resources to assist classroom staff. Our IT resources, I think, have been stretched to the limit with regard to helping students and staff navigate through the COVID pandemic and the home learning and the virtual learning and all of that. But I want to know if there's enough gas in the tank left over to assist our classroom staff. I know that there's been some online assistance and instruction for staff, but I think that online, I think it's been limited and it's been voluntary on their own time. And I want to know if we're, again, servicing our employees the way they need, and the overall well-being of staff regarding stress, anxiety, and depression. I think we have an obligation to monitor the well-being of our staff, and particularly in these unusual times. Point 4, the adequacy of GEEP. I just want to point out that I'm not meaning that GEEP as a service is, or that the people providing the service in GEEP aren't adequate. It's just that I know we only have 1.5 full-time staff there, and I think we need to know if they are being overwhelmed from our own staff calling in for assistance. And again, back to that report from Canadian Mental Health, you know, they've specifically added staff because of the pandemic, and wanting to be able to reach out to workers and help them through all their difficulties. I mean, our workers are all our teachers, our classroom support staff, everybody, our custodians, all of them, they're working as hard as they can to do the best they can. And I think we just need to take a step back to make sure that we're providing them with the support and the services that they need. So again, with GEEP, what I'm actually saying is 1.5 staff with that resource, is that enough? So I'm hoping the trustees will support this request for a report. I think we have an obligation as employers, and I believe that trustees are committed to wanting to ensure the well-being of our staff, and I think that this report will help us to see whether or not we are meeting the targets that we should be. So I hope the trustees will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. I do have a question from Trustee Sipcar. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if this question is for the mover or it might be for administration. But I wanted to say I really do agree with the motion, and I think that it's a good initiative or a report to commission, because I do think that our staff are experiencing a lot of stress, and all the research points to that. My question is, how is this information going to be collected? I wondered a couple of things. One, if maybe our union partners already have been doing, you know, in some like a climate survey, kind of like what we do with our students. I also wondered, is this something that will be anonymous, or is it just consulting with them? I guess I'm just curious about how that assessment is going to be made, and I don't know if the mover had any idea, or they just wanted a report back with our administration's, I guess, opinion or comments on it.
Can I respond?
You certainly can.
So that's another reason why I put it to human resources, because I thought that they would be in the best position to be able to answer that, and hopefully they would know which resources they need to access to be able to provide the report. And certainly with JEEP, I think that they do keep information like statistically that they would be able to contribute to the report. So I'm hoping that like, I don't want to tell them how to go get the information. I think that they'll be able to do that and understand what it is that we're looking for. And then from there, you know, we take what we have in the report and decide whether or not we need further information or clarification, or if we need to take some action from the report. Thank you.
Anything supplemental, Trustee Sukar?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a subsequent question or comment, and I appreciate, I don't want to over-engineer or give too much direction through the motion. However, my concern would be that we do proper consultations with our union partners, and it's not just, you know, this is what we think is happening. So I guess I'll say that as a comment. I don't feel the need to add an amendment to specify that, but I just think that I just want to make sure that the information is, you know, properly vetted, and that when we do receive this report, that it's been, you know, in consultation with our partners. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions or comments from trustees? Seeing none, I do have one, and I want to thank Trustee Hatfield for this motion and for the detail in it, because I think it is important for us to know not just what we're asking for, but what we can actually do with it, and how we can turn that into action, because I think it is a necessary piece, and I like that in your comments as the mover, you brought up that the ministry has invested in this, has invested in mental health, and we can do a service to our hardworking staff by taking them into consideration on this. My question is around the number 1 in your list, and my question is to the mover. And knowing that this is going to HR as the authors of this report, let's say, the use by staff of technology for teaching and learning. I want to be clear that we're not asking about availability of pieces of technology for them to use, but perhaps their professional development in use of those tools, or the support of them in the use of the tools that are necessary for, say, our virtual learning or any of our technology enhanced learning. Am I right in that?
I think I'm going to say partly, because we don't even know if our staff have adequate supply technology, laptops. I don't know. Like, I know we've provided a lot to our students. I don't know with us allowing staff to teach virtually from home. I don't know if they're using their own equipment. I don't know if they're using board equipment. I don't know if they're struggling with the equipment that they have. But I just don't know. So I can't give you a definitive answer, but it's overall, because we're now, I mean, like yesterday was a snow day, and there was a quick pivot to online learning again. So I just want to make sure that staff have the use of technology that they need, and that they aren't struggling in some way to have what they need. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to follow that up with a question to administration, and it may be to Superintendent Houston here. I am assuming with the kind of kind of globalness of that that response, which I would agree with as well. When we get this report back from, if it's approved today and we get it back from HR, there will be some consultation, I'm assuming, with other superintendents as well. I'm thinking of Superintendent Mills and anyone who's looking into the availability of IT and thinking about that RFP that just went out for about $3 million for technology, and getting some of those details in about what availability of pieces of technology will be for staff. So I'm just wondering through administration, if while the report is being asked from human resources, whether there will be opportunities to make additions from other superintendents.
It's Director Kelly, if I could, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, of course, we would. Most of the reports that we do, we would always be speaking at them at the senior team. We do review that kind of thing, and I'm sure that Superintendent Houston would agree that we would be consulting on that.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Trustee Halberstadt, do you have a question?
Yeah, yes, I wanted to ask administration if they have a good understanding of what's being asked here in this motion, and if they're comfortable with putting something together.
I think there's aspects of it that we would discuss as senior team. Superintendent Houston, you may want to comment on that, because I think there's different varying ways to present the information, but you've been maybe thinking about it.
Thank you for that. I have been thinking about it, and thank you to Trustee Sipkar and Trustee Hatfield, who've helped kind of expand a little bit as some of the questions that I was going to have. I believe that we have a clear understanding, and if we have any other questions, we'll certainly come back to clarify those before we prepare the final report.
Thank you very much. So trustees, I'm going to call the question on this, and we are at timed items. So I'm going to call this and then we'll address that. So I will call the question on this notice of motion from Trustee Halberstadt. I'm from Trustee Hatfield, pardon me. I'm just looking for opposition to any opposition to the motion. Any opposition to this motion? Love to see it. Thank you so much. So that passes. Wonderful. So we are at timed items. Trustees, are we okay to keep going through the agenda, or do we want to get to trustee question period? We're kind of trucking along a little bit. I would love to keep going through the agenda if we think we're okay.
Let's keep moving forward.
We'll keep moving forward. I got a thumbs up. I've got some feedback. I'm willing to go with that. All right, look at this. Nice work. All right, so we'll keep going. Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll keep going through the agenda. We are at what are we at now? New L6, which is Trustee Halberstadt's notice of motion. That the trustee members of the GECDSB Ad Hoc Committee on Bullying, Cyberbullying, and Violent Incidents Causing Injury to Students meet with administration to renew the recommendations of the Hamilton-Wentworth Bullying Panel and suggest best practices or policies the GECDSB might adopt in its anti-bullying plan. In particular, the review could look at Hamilton recommendations to appoint a system-wide safe school lead, as well as the creation of an independent student ombudsperson position. Do I have a mover and a seconder? I'm seeing you, though you are muted, Trustee Halberstadt, but I have assumed that you move it, and I see that it's seconded as well. Thank you very much. And so I'm looking for questions or comments. Trustee Leclerc. Oh, sorry, yes. Trustee Halberstadt, go ahead.
Could I just explain? I think there was a confusion at the start of the meeting a few hours ago about where it comes with regard to what ad hoc committee it is. And I think where it comes from is our ad hoc committee, our board's ad hoc committee. There was a report that came through at the last meeting that said that had recommendations, but it wasn't clear whether the original committee was defunct. But so what happened was, and the way I understand it, was the report was received, and because it was received, then the main anti-bullying committee was out of the game. So one of the motions, or one of the what emanates from finding of our ad hoc committee on bullying, which identified 6 recommendations or considerations. The 6th recommendation highlighted the need to learn from other school board reports and research to consider incorporating the findings into the GECDSB bullying prevention and intervention plan. So basically, that's what I said. Who's going to carry that ball as far as reviewing what we find, what Hamilton has? And I thought, well, the main committee's been disbanded, so how about 3 trustees that were on the main committee meeting with administration to go over the Hamilton Wentworth School Board's recommendations and extensive research on the bullying panel. I think trustees are pretty aware of what sparked that Hamilton Wentworth study, a very comprehensive study. It was over a year of expert panelists they brought in. It was a 102-page report, and a number of interesting recommendations, including the creation of an independent student ombudsman, as you read, Madam Chair, and an independent community table to monitor the implementation of Hamilton Wentworth's anti-bullying plan. Give me a second here. The year-long plus Hamilton study conducted by 3 PhD experts on bullying is not expected to be rolled out until next September, according to that board's chairperson, Don Danko, who I spoke to about all of this. This would include what the position of student ombudsperson and ombudsman person and an independent community table would look like. With that in mind, I expect our review committee, which would include trustees Cook and Shin, as well as myself, who were the original members of the old committee, in addition to administration, would be together for 6 months or more. It would take a while because, according to the chair of the Hamilton Wentworth Board, it's going to take probably into September before they start implementing these several scores of recommendations from the committee. So one of the main recommendations or considerations coming out of the ad hoc committee was to look at other boards, what they do, and to pick the best practices. I think that was recommendation number 6. And I think Hamilton would be the natural one because they did it on a very big scale, master scale. So that's basically the explanation. I think it's very worthwhile to look at what Hamilton has done or is going to do or might do, what it might cost, what it would look like. So I think we need somebody to review that. And I thought that because the old committee apparently is no longer or has been abolished, I don't know if abolished is a little harsh, but that this is a way to go forward with the 3 trustees that were on there. We're on that committee, plus administration, of course, to review the Hamilton methods and strategies.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. Looking for questions and comments. Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to comment that, yes, earlier I brought up the question as to whether or not this was actually required for a motion. And that should not be taken as a lack of support for the work of the committee. In fact, I just thought it would just be a continuation of the work of the committee, and they've done a good job so far. So I am in support of the motion because of the explanation as to the ad hoc committee disappearing. I won't use the word abolished because it's too harsh. But the ad hoc committee disbanding, getting the band's going to hit back onto the road and take on this new challenge. So I just wanted to make it clear that my earlier comments were not about the work of the committee. In fact, I'm very supportive, so I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you very much. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. I'm also supporting the motion, but I would like to clean up the confusion about the ad hoc committee. So I don't want to take it for granted that the 3 trustees who previously sat on the ad hoc committee would be taking this on. So, and I don't know if, because it's been explained to us that particular ad hoc committee submitted their final report and assumed that they were done with their mandate, that perhaps this motion needs to start out that the trustees form an ad hoc committee for this specific purpose. So I need some clarification on that, because I haven't heard. I've heard from Trustee Halberstadt that he's willing to sit as he did on the previous ad hoc committee, but I procedurally, I just want to do this right.
Sure. So Trustee Hatfield, are you looking for an answer to that question, and then
Yes.
perhaps by the answer to that question, an amendment?
Yes,
Is that what we're,
if it's
okay.
necessary. Yeah.
So so that question can go to the mover, I imagine. Oh, you just muted yourself, Trustee.
Oh, sorry. I ran that by Trustees Chin and Cook before I made that motion. So they agreed, or I think they did, unless they've changed their mind, that would be okay. I think that would be a natural because of the experience of the three members that were on the original ad hoc committee, and so I don't know what more Trustee Hatfield wants, other than, do we want to officially put the original ad hoc committee to bed? But again, I just want to I want to reiterate that one of the strongest recommendations from that committee was to review what other boards do and get best practices. And it's a good place to start with Hamilton, because they've got the big study that's been done. It's 102 pages. It's a lot to read through, so it's going to take a while. So this new subcommittee isn't gonna disperse right away. I think it'd be 6 months or so to see what Hamilton does with their implementation.
So I'm seeing there's some comments from the 2 other trustees mentioned in that.
So can I finish?
Yep.
So can we just agree by consensus then? Because Trustee Halberstadt just provided some additional information. I didn't know that he had approached the other members until just now. So can we just agree by consensus that ad hoc committee has not completed their work and has not been disbanded? And that would make everything a lot easier.
It would change a bit of what we're discussing here. I want to get to 2 comments on your question from both the trustees in question, from Trustee Cook and Trustee Chin, so we can get some more clarity there. Go ahead, right. Trustee Cook.
Okay, so Trustee Halberstadt did talk to me and asked if I would be interested in sitting on that committee, and I would. I'd be very interested, but I know there's some confusion with the ad hoc committee and then this. I would like to see, like, that, in my mind, that committee has finished what it set out to do. And to me, this is a new committee that's going to move forward and make some recommendations and, blah, blah, blah. The only thing I would like to do as a amendment to the motion is I would like to add in to have a student trustee on that committee. I just think that that's very important. as they did sit on the other committee, I think that we should have a student trustee.
Okay, so I will come to you for that amendment, but we need to work our way through. So I want to keep everything as clear as possible. Trustee Cheen, do you have a comment on Trustee Hatfield's question?
Yes, and based on the experience of the previous ad hoc committee, I feel that it's not enough for us to proceed to achieve our, originally purpose to handle the bully issue. And the chair was appointed by the senior administration without consulting us, and the procedure either.
So we're not discussing the ad hoc committee. We are discussing the new.
Yeah. So that's my point, is that I would like that committee to be finished and start over a new ad hoc committee that Mr. Halberstadt suggested, and I would like to make a.
Sorry, I have a point. I have a point of order. I don't mean to interrupt, but I do have a point of order from Trustee Cook.
I'm just concerned about the way that conversation is going. That's not how Superintendent Pike became chair. It was consensus with the committee, and that's what happened. It was followed to the T. It followed Trustee Chin's motion, and Trustee Pike followed everything she was supposed to do.
So we do need to stay on the motion that we're dealing with now. The question was mostly that the two trustees that were on the previous ad hoc committee would be interested in and would be okay with doing this. That was answered by Trustee Halberstadt and now reconfirmed by both those trustees. And so I do appreciate that. I see that Trustee Burgess has a question.
I haven't finished. Can I finish my?
No, because it's not germane to the issue that we're on right now. So we're talking about. I can appreciate that you may have comments further on this, but not on this particular piece.
No.
Just need to stay on. Trustee Cheen, thank you. Trustee Cheen, thank you very much. Thank you. We will have time to discuss more later. So I'm looking to Trustee Burgess. Do you have a question on this? On the question from Trustee Hatfield?
Well, it's almost a question on everything, because what sounded clear in the beginning has become muddy again. So I heard a question about, can we by consent just recognize that we want to move on? But I don't think I heard the same thing you did, Madam Chair. I heard from two of the three former trustee members that they wanted some alteration to what happened, and they have a different perception of whether their business was finished or whether a recommendation came forward. My question is, can we agree that there's been an inconsistent practice of recognizing when an ad hoc committee's work has been finished by formalizing a motion to end adopt by majority the recognition that business has been finished? I think we can agree to that, and I think we missed that opportunity. Having missed that opportunity, I would like to propose an amendment to this. Can I propose that?
You would like to propose an amendment to
yes, this motion that's on the floor right now. I believe it's in order.
Yes.
So my amendment would start with the words, instead of recommendation that, it would be recommendation with the consent of the board that the trustee and student trustee members of the GECDSB ad hoc committee on bullying, cyberbullying, and violent incidents causing injury to students, and there's the acronym for it, strike a new committee with administration to review the recommendations, etc. I believe we have to recognize that the old committee's work has been finished and there are recommendations arising from it. So with the addition of the words "with the consent of the board" in front of the word, the very first word "that," and inserting between the word "trustee" and "members," inserting the word "and student trustee members," okay? And striking the word "meet" and substituting "strike a new committee with administration to review the recommendations of the Hamilton Wentworth, etc."
Does anyone need that read back?
I can read it all back in one sentence.
I'm seeing support and a second. Does anyone need that read back just before we?
I have a point of order first.
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
I don't want to make this complicated. I did throw out an easy solution, but
yeah,
I don't know how by consensus we can ask the trustee members of an ad hoc committee that doesn't exist to create a new committee. It's the board that has the right to form a new ad hoc committee, not those 3 trustees. So I was going to propose a similar amendment that was much simpler, but I just don't think that those 3 trustees have the authority to create a new ad hoc committee. It has to be the board, by authority of the board, to create a new ad hoc committee
and
or to continue the work.
So I would say, Madam Chair, that that's not a point of order. That's a matter of debate, and I think that's valid. But if I could put the motion on the floor, which I think is in order, see if there's any support for the amendment, then I think it can be debated that if it needs to fail and have a better amendment to it, I'm all for that.
Well, it's been supported and seconded.
Okay, so if I could speak to the motion?
Yours, yes.
Okay, so why I say with the consent of the board to have the preface that the trustee members of the GECDSB ad hoc committee on bullying, etc., is to keep in place those 3 trustees who I already heard have an institutional knowledge and an experience already that would allow them to hit the ground running on the next part of this motion. So that's why I didn't change that. And I inserted student trustee because I heard that there should be student trustee representation on this new committee, a student voice being formalized. So that's why with the consent of the board is there, so that we don't have to have further motions or declarations of who would like to be on the committee. I'm including those 3 because I'm recognizing personally in this amendment that those 3 carry that the minutia, you know, of the knowledge that they've already gained from being on the previous committee. But I am saying to strike a new committee and striking the word "meet" because I do think that the old committee did finish their mandate, and I do think that this is following from that recommendation from the previous committee. So my amendment is with the consent of the board that the trustee and student trustee members of the GECDSB ad hoc committee on bullying, cyberbullying, and violent incidents causing injury to students, the BCV-S, strike a new committee with administration to review the recommendations of the Hamilton Wentworth Bullying Panel, etc., unchanged. Because I think it's important to keep those members intact and to follow the recommendations that they brought forward to this board. And only this board can adopt them wholesale as the members of this committee without going back to the board and saying who would like to be on this committee.
Thank you. And I do, I take your point, Trustee Hatfield, about trying not to muddy these waters, but we are going to take a vote on that amendment. If that one fails, I will come to Trustee Hatfield for any additions or amendments to the original motion. So we are going to vote. It has been seconded and motioned and supported. The amendment that Trustee Burgess just read out. I'm going to look for support on that because I want everybody to know what they're doing. So I'm looking for support on that amended motion. Does anyone need it read out to them? Trustees, I need support or opposition. I see one support.
I support.
Thank you.
I support.
Thank you.
I support. This is Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you.
Sartori, support.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have support for that amendment. So the amendment is that, so the motion on the floor now that we are voting on, can you read it to me again, Trustee Burgess?
I'm prepared to read it again. Absolutely. We need to know what we're voting on. The main motion now, the main motion as amended is recommendation with the consent of the board that the trustee and student trustee members of the GECDSB ad hoc committee on bullying, cyberbullying, and violent incidents causing injury to students, BCV-S, strike a new committee with administration to review the recommendations of the Hamilton Wentworth Bullying Panel and suggest best practices or policies with the GECDSB might adopt in its anti-bullying, but everything else is unchanged.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have a question from Trustee Hatfield on that motion on the floor.
Just a quick question. I thought that the previous ad hoc committee didn't include a student trustee, and that Trustee Cook brought forward the concern that if there's going to be a new ad hoc committee, it should include a student trustee. So the way it's worded.
For clarification.
Yeah, so the way that it's worded, I think is still problematic, but you know what? Like, it doesn't matter. It's
I
the
appreciate
intent.
that. I would like to have clarification on that from Superintendent Pike. Can you clarify whether there was a student trustee on the original ad hoc committee? Yes, no. Are we muted? Am I still here?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm never sure whether I'm frozen or not.
Like, I think the intent is clear.
Yes.
That we want the old committee to keep going, and we want a student trustee to be on the committee. Just let it go.
I would agree. Fantastic. Okay, so
Just
she doesn't.
appointed
Madam Chair, as the mover. Okay.
Point of information, go ahead.
Yeah, we brought on the student trustee a little late in the game, but she was there for when at the end.
Thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate that. Okay, so I am going to call the question on that amended motion, which Trustee Burgess has read out umpteen times. Okay, so I'm looking for support. Support, trustees. I'm looking for support on the amended motion. I see support.
Support.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Support.
That passes. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you guys for working together on that. I know that was confusing at times. I really appreciate that debate back and forth on that. And that one passes. Thank you so much. We are on to our last.
Madam Chair, can I ask just for clarification, do I need to send that to Madame Leboeuf, or Madame Leboeuf, did you capture all of that?
It would be wonderful if you sent it. That would be so great, even for just myself to know. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, madam. Can I say something? I made a comment before. You didn't give me a chance.
I understand that, but it has to be germane to the motion. You and I can talk. You and I can have a talk after, but we've moved beyond it now. We've already supported
it's important regarding this.
Trustee Chi, thank you, but we have moved beyond it in the agenda now. So we are on to the last notice of motion that we have this evening from Trustee Halberstadt, the recommendation that the GECDSB invite the Workers' Health and Safety Center to present to the Board of Trustees a PowerPoint to provide information on the use of Virex as a disinfectant and non-quat-based alternatives such as Oxivir to clean our facilities, that the presentation occur prior to the March 23rd board meeting. Do I have a mover to put that on the floor?
So move.
And do I have a seconder? It's seconded by Trustee Leclerc and Trustee Halberstadt. Do you have as the mover?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to thank administration for their report and recommendations that was on page 162, if you can find it back there. Originally, I thought that this was going to go to the March 23rd meeting, and that was my original notice of motion. But since admin has confirmed that is their final recommendation, that there's not going to be another one coming on the 23rd of March. So I guess I can take that off. The 23rd of March. It's been, I guess, rendered redundant. Anyway, just to explain why I brought forward this motion, the Director of Information Services, WHSC, referred by CEO Dave Kilham, is designated and funded by the Ministry of Labor as a health and training center. Annual budget of $9 million and staff of 60 plus. WHSC is a trusted, respected, and essential part of Ontario's health and safety prevention system since 1986. They provide hundreds of thousands of persons training hours to approximately 60,000 participants per year. They are approved by the province's Chief Prevention Officer. Aaron Roy, as president of OSSTF Local 9, after receiving multiple concerns from members regarding the use of virus, sought out advice from WHSC, which was late last year. A review of the scientific literature on the hazards of the two compounds of Virex 256 was undertaken, and a thoroughly sourced report was delivered in December of last year to, I guess, OSSTF and anybody else that's under that umbrella. There's a growing consensus that has emerged for the need for alternatives amongst experts, including alternatives to Virex, among experts including occupational health clinics for Ontario workers, the Toxic Use Reduction Institute, and the Public Health Ontario. In my conversation with Loretta Scholl, who has been asked by CEO Mr. Kilham to give a presentation to our board, if our board is willing to accept that. She is of the opinion, Loretta, and I spoke to her, I had a conversation with her the other night. She's of the opinion that administration's changes outlined on page 162 are a good first step, but don't go far enough. WHSC points out that there are now alternatives that can entirely eliminate the use of Virex in our facilities. And I've been getting messages from the community that are saying the same thing. WSCH explains that changes to Food Handling Regulation 493 in 2018, which was 3 years ago, has amended the reg to include other sanitizing agents. Loretta says the discussion should be had on how after-school use of Virex will still result in exposure to students and to the workers using them. A workshop would provide a preliminary list of alternative disinfectants for consideration. Loretta estimates her virtual PowerPoint presentation would take 30 minutes, and then she would be open to questions and answers after that. So, and it would be a virtual PowerPoint. So that's basically my motion. And the reason I brought it forward is because a lot of people have been contacting me. Parents have taken their kids out of school because of a fear of virus. And I guess the main thing is, and I know Aaron Roy has been saying this, Loretta Shaw says this, and says, why don't we just use an alternative to quats, I guess is the short form. Why don't we just use an alternative, and then all the fears and the controversy will go away. And they feel that the alternatives are there, and they're willing to bring those alternatives forward to us as suggestions.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. I'm looking, I have some questions in the chat here. Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my comment would be, I have a number of questions related to the report that was provided as an interim. So I'm kind of looking for some direction from the chair. I think it might be prudent for me to wait for my questions until, if this motion is passed, then they may dovetail into the presentation, and might be a better opportunity to get more information at that time. But I did have questions that I was going to ask tonight about the changes in the regulation, why we would need to use quats after hours. We could avoid them during the day. So I just wanted to put it out there that I'm going to refrain from asking those questions tonight because of this potential motion moving forward. And because of that, I will be supporting Trustee Halberstadt's motion.
Are you looking for clarification from me, or were you just referencing that I would?
So I guess I'm saying this is what I think is the most prudent thing to do, and I'm hoping you agree.
Yes, if you have questions about, this is to establish the that we would like to have this Workers' Health and Safety Center come in and present to us. So if you have questions about usage and those sorts of things, they are better suited to the report, which we'll be receiving in just a few minutes. So yes, correct.
But I think I'll defer until if this passes, I'll defer until after that presentation is made. Thank you.
As well. Thank you very much. Trustee Sartori.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. So I think I appreciate the thinking behind the motion, and that the mover wanted to have this presentation prior to receiving a report from administration in March, which actually ended up coming out tonight in the package tonight. But I'm reticent to have another group come and present to us without understanding whether we're actually going somewhere with it. We've had several speakers, which I've been appreciative of, 3 reports from admin, including the report in our package tonight. We've heard some differences of opinion, and I'm going to try, like Trustee Leclerc, to respect the motion that we're currently dealing with. But so we've heard some differences of opinion, including clarification from administration that the product is being used in accordance with direction from public health. Admin agreed in a previous meeting to reduce the use of the product, and the report tonight indicates some of the ways that they'll do so. And so I think that does show that admin has heard parents' concerns. So my feeling tonight is that if we think we want more than that, then we need to move forward with direction to administration if trustees still aren't satisfied with the steps that have been taken. And then at that time, there would be an opportunity to hear speakers. But we've had this on the agenda for several meetings, and I think that we need to think about where we're trying to go with it. So I'm not sure if this motion was specifically getting at additional education to help it understand the issue, but I won't be supporting it tonight for the reasons that I've stated.
Thank you. Looking to Trustee Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just getting a little I'm a little confused, a little frustrated because we have had so many presentations on this. In our last meeting, we worked with administration and they have decreased, they are planning on decreasing the use, came out with a report, you know, much earlier, what is it, like a month earlier, which I think is fantastic, and I thank them for doing that. But what are a couple trustees looking for? What are you looking for? Like, we keep drawing this out. Now you want someone else to present the same information that was presented over and over and over. You know, and it's a few people that have contacted us. You know, it's the same 3 or 4 people that say that there's all these people that are complaining and staff. I haven't heard from any staff, same 3 or 4 people. And it's the same with all the trustees. So, you know, and the thing is that, you know, there's a parent that is saying that their child has some breathing issues, and I'm very sorry for that. But what about Ryan's law to protect any student with difficulties in breathing based on the board protocol? There's been none of that. None of that at all. No complaints, no further like moving up the ladder type of thing with this. So I'm not going to be supporting this. I think the administration is moving in the right direction, and they're trying their best. They have to use a quat. I think they've been very accommodating. And I think we as a board just need to realize too, this is out of our scope. This is out of our scope. And when is it going to stop? And if a trustee is looking to make a motion to totally wipe out Virex, then just make that motion and let's just get there instead of keep doing this. But I won't be supporting that either. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cheen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I think our knowledge regarding this disinfectant are still not enough, and we're not expert and we don't know much about that. And particularly there is an issue in the notice of motion. It said such as Oxivir, and I read the report of the senior administration. They said they used Oxivir Plus. And today I got a phone call from a parent, and particularly say that Oxivir is different with Oxivir Plus. And Oxivir Plus is very strong, and it kind of not good for health. So they want to make clear that the senior administration has some, misunderstanding regarding those disinfectants. So I think it's good for us to make it clearer what is good, what is not, and what is bad. Before we go ahead and buy something, spend a lot of money and waste money, and not satisfied by the people. So I think presentation regarding that is very, very necessary and important. Without of us knowing those clearly, how can we vote for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cheen. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. I guess I have similar thoughts as Trustee Cook expressed. And yes, there have been parents and grandparents and some staff members expressing concerns over these products. It hasn't been hundreds or thousands, and I'm not diminishing the concerns that have been expressed, but I think we're in a no-win position here as trustees. I don't think that we will ever have the degree of knowledge that we need to make decisions on whether or not we're using the appropriate products for anything we do in our schools. I think that's why we hire staff who are qualified and trained and knowledgeable to make those decisions. And it's in their job description to do that on our behalf. If there was some outrageous, egregious situation going on, then trustees might need to step in, but I'm not convinced yet that that's happening. And I think if this PowerPoint presentation is already available, then like Trustee Halberstadt, just have them send it to us. Have them send it to our administration. It's just one more opinion. I've had opinions. I've talked to people inside education, outside education. We have information from other school boards. Like, I don't know that trustees are ever going to be in a position to be able to make a definitive response on this without, keeping up the chain of bringing in more people to speak to us. And like Trustee Cook said, if the goal here is to make a motion to ban Virex in our facilities, in our schools, then like, let's get on with that. But I don't know what one more presentation is going to do for us in that regard. But I mean, if the presentation's available, they don't need to come to a meeting. Just have them send it to us. Send it to administration. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. So seeing no other questions, unless we have any other questions from or comments from trustees, I will call the question on this. You'd like to finish up, Trustee Halberstadt?
Yes, please. Yeah, the reason I'm suggesting the PowerPoint because OSSTF went to the Workers' Health and Safety Center and asked them to do a study on quads. They did it. They presented it, and in that interchange, Aaron Roy discovered was talking to Loretta Michelle and said, "Would you like to come and give us a presentation at our board?" And she said yes. So that's where it came from, and I kind of lynched onto that because I said, well, okay, why not? I believe, and I don't know anything about it scientifically other than what I'm reading and hearing. I understand. I think we could get rid of it. We could get rid of quats entirely, and so why don't we do that? Then all those risks from the other will go away because there's other alternatives that are not as risky and have some long-term health issues, as it's been proven that Virex has. So it's all about all I can tell you. And as far as sending their information or the PowerPoint to administration, I'm sure they would do that, and they'd probably do it to trustees too. But I just thought it'd be good to clear the air if they were here, if they were making a virtual presentation. It's only an hour or more of our time.
Okay, Trustee Burgess, I see you have got a question here. I'm going to call that the last question, and then I'm going to call the vote on it. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I would just like to say that I wasn't present at the January 19th meeting due to a sudden bereavement, and I wasn't able to. I watched the streaming, of the meeting and looked at minutes, sort of thing, and talked amongst colleagues, and have been in receipt of, I think, probably similar advocacy as my colleagues have via phone calls and messages in emails, and I don't weigh things by just the raw number of how many people have called. It's the concern. I've come to a conclusion to not support this motion, but not because I don't recognize the I'm going to say no-win situation of using a product safely within approved public health parameters. What I haven't heard from is anybody from CUPE or any of our workers who have been alarmed by the fact of using a product that is unsafe, where they think it's unsafe work conditions kind of thing. I haven't heard that. So what I'm going to do is personally make sure that I do look at the PowerPoint. I don't think they need to come to the board. I'm going to take that on as individual professional development, just like reading every one of those messages and the presentation and the report that administration brought forward and the questions and presentations from previous meetings. I'm going to collect all that. And if I ever come to the conclusion that I need to put a motion to ban Virex, then I think with what my colleagues have already said, we can always put that motion forward too. But I won't support this just because I think that this has been an opportunity that they could have done at any time. And it's something that we can individually have access to.
Thank you very much. So I will call the question. So I'm looking for support for this motion. All in support.
I support.
So I have 3 in support. All opposed.
Opposed.
2, 3. So I've got 4 opposed, 3 in support. That's not all of us. Opposed. So I've got 5 opposed. There are 4 in support. Who am I missing here? Trustee Olmsted, I'm missing.
Madam Chair, I'm checking with her right now to see if she's connected.
Yes, a tie defeats it, and we're at that at least right now. I trust that Trustee Olmsted is maybe disconnected at this point, but a tie.
She's just getting back on now.
Thank you. So a tie defeats it, though Trustee Olmsted, I want to allow you the opportunity to vote.
I am opposed. Sorry, I was kicked off.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I just got back on right now. I was trying to text people, but I had no internet, so I'm opposed.
Thank you. So that is defeated. Thank you very much, trustees, for working through those notices of motion this evening. We are moving on to reports to be received. The report from the Director of Education. Director Kelly.
I'm looking for that to come up on the, before I start. Rochelle probably is organizing me. All right. Thank you very much. I think it's an understatement to say that this has been a difficult year. We recently returned to in-person learning for the first time since December. And then, of course, we were met with the typical surprises like a snowstorm, which canceled student transportation for the day. This year has also been trying to run with, it's been like trying to run with a basketball between your knees. And it's a good thing that our students have been adaptable and willing to meet all those challenges. If you ever need help moving, we'll call on these Gaines students at Coronation Public School. They have shown great aptitude in organizing boxes by size. At Kingsville District High School, the tech students and staff recently completed construction of a mini food pantry, which has been placed in front of the school and is stocked for anyone who's in need in the community. We are surrounded by superheroes, and like the administration here at Giles Campus French Immersion Public School. quite the outfits. Our students and staff at the Greater Essex County Virtual Schools have really found the rhythm this year, and they are learning continues uninterrupted by things like snowfalls. Meanwhile, students who are learning in person this year, we're very happy to get back to class on February 8th, and we're doing their best to follow all the enhanced health and safety protocols. And being back in school means being back with their friends and doing all the typical things kids like to do when there's snow to play in. Many people were able to celebrate Valentine's Day together and share their affection for friends and family. And the Valentines created by students at Glenwood Public School were sent to residents at a local seniors home. And being together means that you can share your work in person with everyone. And Sierra did that with her wonderful owl at Anderton Public School. And while we persevere through the pandemic, it's still important that we stay informed and support one another, which will be the basis for our upcoming Coping Together series of online seminars. And the first one begins on Wednesday, February 24th. And those are just some of the things that are happening across the system right now. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Kelly. Do we have any questions for the director this evening? Trustee Halberstadt, is that a remnant hand or a new one? I don't know. I'm going to call. Is that a remnant hand or a new one? Do you have a question?
That's a remnant hand.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Do I have any questions for the director? Wonderful. Moving through. Thank you very much, Director Kelly, for that report. I always love seeing all the photos we can get from our schools. Thank you very much. Report from the OPSPA delegate. Trustee Burgess, do we have anything tonight?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a written report, but I will submit my thoughts to Madame Leboeuf so that they can be included in the minutes correctly. I will say that lots has happened since I last gave a report for OPSPA. We have started a new way of distributing confidential memos to the Board of Trustees regarding confidential matters, particularly labor. We have had since January 19th our public education symposium. I won't be giving a report on the workshops I attended, etc. What I will forward to you is the link to the opspa.org site, where not only the plenary sessions where we had very good keynote speakers present with us, including Minister of Education and the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Ontario and others, all the workshops are there complete, the Zoom meetings, the passwords, the workshop PowerPoints, all of those things are there for anybody who wants to take advantage at opspa.org to attend PES. It's fully streamed. So that was something that happened in January. We've continued to have lunchtime professional development being offered by OPSPA, by really topical information, and again, held at lunchtime for those who are working or can carve out that time in the middle of the day to attend. The next one, I believe, is February 25th. We are going to be having a regional meeting this Saturday, February 20th, Saturday morning, and I would encourage all trustees, if they want to attend, it's only a couple of hours long, and if there are any items that you want to bring forward on behalf of our board to Western Region to make it to the Board of Directors, now's the time. So any concerns at all, any advocacy, any concerns about, late GSN submissions, that kind of thing. Policy Work Development Team have met. I attended that meeting as well. Again, submissions about the Grants for Student Needs was made, and as well as commentary and consultation on other things like bills that have come before are coming before Queen's Park as the MPPs have reconvened starting today. There will be an annual general meeting held in June. It's scheduled tentatively for Niagara on the Lake, but it may be virtual like like all the other things that we've had over the last year. But that will, there'll be always updates on whether how that's going. So there is a board of directors meeting coming February 26th and 27th. I haven't received the agenda yet. I will probably this next week. And I look forward to that. I'll be attending that. And there are some, as I said, not only GSN submissions, but private members bill on food literacy and some advocacy about increased resources around mental health, not only for students, but for everybody included, parents, staff, everybody. How mental wellness during the pandemic after a year looks different than after a month or two last year. So the fatigue is there, and it's represented, it's recognized rather, and so ends my verbal report, and I'll put that in writing for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Burgess. Do we have any questions for Trustee Burgess about OPSPA? Seeing none. All right, let's move through the agenda. We are at M3, our quaternary ammonium usage and reduction report. Do we have any presentation on this, or are we just going to?
Director Kelly, I believe Superintendent Armstrong's going to introduce this.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. As requested at the January 19th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting, administration has prepared a report that addresses the board's use of quaternary ammonium products and potential opportunities to reduce its use. I would like to thank the Facility Services team, including Ms. Hinchliff, our Manager of Facility Services, Mr. Lozon, our Health and Safety Officer, both of who are here this evening, as well as Mr. Emery, our Coordinator of Operations, for all of their work in investigating this matter and in examining our current practices. The report addresses the board's WMIS management program, including how the board manages the introduction and use of any chemical product in its inventory, which numbers over 2,300 products. The report also discusses information about quaternary ammonium products and why they are necessary for use in certain curricular programming and other services that are offered at our schools in order to comply with the legislative requirements of the Food Handling Regulation 493. Administration has also provided a table that summarizes the 18 quats that are included in the board's WMIS management program and identifies opportunities for substitution with alternative products. The report concludes with a recommendation by administration on the reduction of the use of Virex 256 from classroom use during the school day and replacing it with Oxivir Plus, a hydrogen peroxide-based disinfectant, which is approved by Health Canada and Public Health Ontario, and which has a drug identification number. An appendix is attached to the report of cleaning products that are used at other school boards. The Facility Services Department contacted the Health and Safety Departments of each of the listed boards and received their permission to share the information in our report. And with that, Ms. Hinchliff and Mr. Lozon and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. I do see a question from Trustee Leclerc. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is two parts. The first part is if we're going to use Oxivir during the daytime when students are in class, why is it necessary to use it in the after hours part of the day? Would Oxivir not do the same job that would be suitable for protecting the students and the requirements for cleaning? And secondly, how did the 2018 changes to the Ontario regulation impact our ability to use Oxivir or non-quat products in our school environment?
Thank you. Perhaps I can direct your question to Mr. Lozon.
Excuse me, Superintendent Armstrong, if I may, I'd like to start the question, if that's okay with everyone. So through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to address the first part of the question. I think Superintendent or Mr. Lozon should speak to the second part, but I'd like to address the first part if possible. We reviewed the option of looking at eliminating Virex use throughout our system. And currently, pre-pandemic, Virex 256 was our primary disinfectant. And Oxivir was only used in special circumstances related to bloodborne pathogens and any times when the Board of Health would say you've had more than 10% absence in your classroom, you have to do a deep cleaning, and there was a process involved around that. So previous to the pandemic, the annual usage of all cleaners and disinfectants, so it talks about Stride, which is just a cleaner, Oxivir Plus, Oxivir Ready to Use, and Virex was $48,000 a year. And currently, if we eliminate quaternary pneumonias today, all of it, which we, and again, we can't today eliminate it from food handling. And I think Mr. Lozon will speak on that in a minute. If we eliminate it after COVID is over, it would cost us $155,000 a year using Oxivir because of the fact that Oxivir is diluted at a rate of 40 parts water to 1 part chemical, where Virex is diluted 256 parts water to 1 part chemical, where Stride, the cleaner, is diluted 750 parts of water to 1 part chemical. So you can see the more concentrated the product, the more expensive it's going to be. If we decide today to eliminate Virex, except for food handling situations, you're looking at over $230,000. So that's from $48,000 a year. We feel that we are using Virex appropriately. We feel that it's used prolifically throughout society. If anyone has, as we've said before, if anyone has a can of Lysol wipes in their house, they're using quaternary ammonias. And we use them properly and we use them safely. But I will let Mr. Lozon speak to the changes in the food handling regulation and why the use of hydrogen peroxide at this point in time is not really viable.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be present and to speak, so I'd like to thank everyone for that opportunity. With respect to the second part of the question from our trustee Leclerc, I would answer it as follows. The updated food handling regulation, I am happy to let you know that one of the people who sat on the board that updated that was Philip Wong. He is at our local health unit, and he is my contact at the health unit that I've been assigned to work with over the last several years. So in working with Phil, obviously know quite a bit about the food handling legislation, including the update in 2018. With respect to the question itself, making sure I've got the answer to the question, could you repeat the question, please, so I can make sure I can sum this up in a nice, neat way for you? I apologize, but if you could repeat the question, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so the question related to the 2018 regulation was, how did the changes in the regulation affect our selection of products and how we use them in our school school facilities?
Okay, thank you very much for repeating the question. It hasn't. So prior to the 2018 legislation update, there were three categories of products. The updated legislation in 2018 simply kept those three categories. It doesn't specifically note them as it did in the previous one, but the background is still there. That's still the fundamental application of their legislation. They simply opened up that legislation that if additional products are available, because there's always products being invented and created that would meet their requirements, they could be vetted through their process for acceptance. So that's the only real change that took place in 2018. And in our circumstances, and as identified in the report, there currently are no new products that have been invented or created that the local health unit has or will approve or even has knowledge of that would replace quaternary ammonium. And I want to make the difference here. It's not just Virex. We have 18 different products that contain quaternary ammoniums, and a handful of those are used in food handling, not just Virex. So this is, just to make it clear, getting rid of Virex does not get rid of your quaternary ammoniums. We still have a handful of quaternary ammoniums used in culinary arts, breakfast programs, nutrition programs, home family studies, and so on and so forth, that are used for cleaning and disinfecting dishes and silverware and glassware, that again, there are no replacements for those. So it's not just Virex for food handling, it's quaternary ammoniums. And right now, and even updated the other week with the health unit with Phil Wong, they are unaware of any products. And by the way, they are aware of hydrogen peroxide, they are aware of Oxivir Plus, they are aware of Oxivir TB. Those are not acceptable changes for them that would meet their requirements for food handling. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going through our list here, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, ma'am. First, I just want to say that I'm not disregarding anyone's concerns over this product. For the people that have contacted us, their concerns are very real. But I have to say that since it's been discussed several times now at our board meetings, I'm really pleased that our administration, particularly facility services, have been able to identify opportunities to reduce the use of this product in response to those concerns. And they've identified that in their report tonight. And I think we're to be, as a board, commended for that initiative, because we certainly haven't ignored the concerns. But I do have a question on page handwritten 159, the very bottom, the last sentence, I guess it is, where because there is a big concern about curriculum programs, but it says here that they have been unable to identify suitable alternatives. And my question to that is, who would our board, like our facility services, the people that were involved in doing this report, who would they have used as a resource, if anybody, to help identify suitable alternatives? Or is this just an in-house conclusion, or were there, other people or agencies involved in a consultation to help us determine if there were suitable alternatives?
Perhaps Mr. Lozon, you could answer that question?
Yes, absolutely. So in developing this report, so other resources that we work with in looking at alternatives and understanding our WMIS management program dates back to basically to the year 2000. So we review it annually, and we go through product reviews, and we look at alternatives on a regular basis. So there is an internal component. There's also outside agencies, Public Services Health and Safety Association. We work with the health unit as another outside agency for alternatives. Also our suppliers and also other school boards. If you look at the report, you'll see all the school boards that we contacted and with respect to looking at their quotes and what they're using in alternatives.
If I may just add a small sentence to that. That sentence references the food handling regulation, and our appropriateness of alternative products was definitely vetted through the Board of Health. And as it continues on the next page, there is no alternative products as per the Board of Health.
And supplemental to that, is this the Workers' Health and Safety Center? Is that a resource for us, or is that just an independent organization that doesn't come into play with our school board?
I would like to answer that if that's okay. Okay, so there's a previous bill passed by Queen's Park a number of years ago that realigned the safety associations under the Ministry of Labor. And that's part of the creation of the Chief Prevention Office as well back in the day. So that assigned the Public Services Health and Safety Association for educational institutes. So since we're an educational institute, we are assigned and aligned with the Public Services Health and Safety Association, which is who we utilize.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you very much. Trustee Chin.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is particular for the Oxford Plus, because the report clearly said that you are going to, the board will transition to Oxford Plus. And there is clear opinion that the Oxivir Plus has more strong chemicals, and it's not even worse than the original one. So I strongly suggest you to contact the person that prepared the presentation. Even we failed to ask them to present, but they have their opinions. And I think there is no need to fight, and we need to sit together and discuss what we can use, what we cannot, and that in this way we can avoid further misunderstanding and waste of money. And I really strongly recommend you to consult with those persons and ask what happened with those products. Thank you.
Was there a question for administration there, Trustee Chin?
Yeah, my question is that regarding the Oxford Plus, and can you reconsider and consult with those person prepared the presentation?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wants to take that.
I can talk about Oxivir Plus and Oxivir TB. You are correct. They do contain several more chemical compounds than Virex does, for example. As I previously mentioned to our trustees back in November and again in January, as an industrial hygienist, one of your safety measures of a chemical product is its usage pH, because you want it to be as close to the body as possible, because your first chemical contact issues are going to be rashes, hives, chemical burns. So the pH of Oxivir TB or Oxivir Plus is 3.3, which is acidic. And so, yes, there are concerns for moving from Virex to that product, as it has more chemicals, but more importantly, it's more acidic. So therefore, you do risk potential chemical burns, rashes, and so on and so forth. That's why, of course, we provide gloves and safe handling instructions and usage for that under the care of teachers who are WHMIS trained.
Can I say something?
You have a supplemental?
Yeah. I mean, they said is Oxivir instead of Oxivir Plus. So can we just consider Oxivir, not Oxivir Plus? it's not accepted by those people.
There is no product just called Oxivir. It's either Oxivir Plus or it's Oxivir TB. Those are the two chemical names of the products. There's not one just called Oxivir.
Oh, okay. So Oxivir TB is better?
No, Oxivir TB and Oxivir Plus are very similar products. They are just, they come in package difference, and they are slightly different chemical compositions. The pH is still around 3.3 of each product.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Trustee Sipkar.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to administration. I wanted to say thank you for the report and that you were able to get it to us a little bit quicker. And my question related to, well, it was related to what Miss Hinchcliffe said, which was about the actual cost to our board for switching. So I noted in the report that we are no longer using Virex during the day, and it's just being done after hours, essentially when kids aren't there, when staff, it's just staff there. One of the things I noted in the table with all the boards was that some boards actually just switched to Virex to actually streamline inventory. So there was no health and safety concerns. It was actually just to streamline their inventory. So I'm surprised when you're saying that there's a substantial cost associated with switching. And I was just wondering if you could break that down a little bit more, because while I accept everything that is being said with respect to, you know, what the Health and Safety Board is requiring us for food handling, all those things, and you know, what different you know, products we can use where, but if there's a financial reason for us to switch, in addition to some maybe emerging health and safety concerns, I'm just curious why other boards have made that switch, and if there are any numbers that we can associate to the switch that we are already doing, which is great, but also why wouldn't we continue and streamline our inventory even further?
This is Juliana, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. The reason why Oxivir was never used prolifically was simply because of the cost of the product. Virex, when you have a product that you use 1 part to 256 parts water, it is inherently cheaper. Stride, for example, is 750 parts water to 1 part chemical. It is inherently cheaper. So, for example, we used 60. Like I'm just trying to find an example that kind of relates. So, if we use 306, here's a good example. So if we use 366 liters of Oxivir Plus, it's $124,000. I can use 500,000 liters of Stride for $30,000. There's just, Oxivir is just inherently more expensive just because of the fact that it's much more concentrated. It has many more chemicals, and we can't dilute it, which is why being economical as well, that's why Stride is used whenever we never have to use a disinfectant, because you dilute it 750 parts to 1. So it's just inherently a more cost-effective product. And the switch to Oxivir, just because it's 40 parts of water and 1 part of chemical, will just cost that much more just because of the math. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know that at our last meeting, the amendment to create a cost analysis of this was struck from part of the report, or like what was included in the report. So I know I'm kind of putting administration on the spot, but I guess what is the cost? I mean, as trustees, one of our main roles is passing a budget and making sure that, you know, all the cost impacts of decisions that we make are considered. And so I appreciate that administration, you know, isn't using this product during the day anymore for the health and safety of our kids. And I also feel that it's incumbent upon us to understand the cost impacts of that. And so I appreciate that explanation as to why that product would be inherently more expensive, but that still doesn't necessarily get to the point of what would it be the cost to switch altogether if we wanted to? Is the cost substantial, or is it a few $1,000s? And I think, to me, when we're looking at research that is emerging, it was really clear to me that there are causes for concern for these products, but there's not not enough that they're banned and not allowed. But there is a lot of emerging research, and so I go to, well, what is the harm that is there a harm that we can mitigate here? And if the cost of switching is mitigated by the fact that or means that we're doing less harm because the cost of switching is not substantial, and therefore it's an easy decision for our board to say, well, let's just switch and go in this other direction because, there's enough emerging evidence, the cost isn't that substantial. So I hope my point, what I'm trying to get at, is we just don't know the overall cost of switching altogether. And I just was wondering if there's any ballpark figure that we could consider tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, through you, Madam Chair. Previous to the pandemic, using Virex mainly as our disinfectant and using Stride as mainly as our cleaner, and only using Oxivir Plus in emergency situations. Our total for the 2019 year for chemical usage was $48,500. If we switched today during Virex or during COVID, which it would mean an immediate switch, which means Virex would only be used for food handling, we are looking at a $230,000 uptick. So we would go from $48,000 a year to $230,000 a year.
Sorry, one more supplemental on that question, on those numbers though. What is it right now just to use Virex though? Do we have that number? Not to switch to Oxivir, but just to use Virex.
Yep, 102,000.
Thank you very much. Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Trustee Sipkar just actually asked the question that I was going to ask, but I would also like to ask about a date or an estimation. On page handwritten 162, the language is all in the future. The board will move forward, will only use this product when the students are not in the building. And then it says in the bottom paragraph that the switchover will occur, the transition will occur as soon as the appropriate spray bottles have been procured. So is there an idea or an estimation of when the switchover or transition will occur when Virex will not be used in the classroom?
Thank you for that question, through you, Madam Chair. The spray bottles are in-house. In anticipation of this move, we've purchased the spray bottles. They were delivered. I have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with my staff to work out the transition. One of the things that we have to do, and several steps that we have to do, is to make sure that we inform our joint health and safety committees and union partners of this switch. I am a firm believer in communication before a switch happens. It just eliminates a lot of questions. So I have a meeting tomorrow, so I expect within the next week or two, we have the product ordered in and we have the spray bottles and the labels.
Thank you very much. And may I just ask one supplemental? It's just very quickly. It says that educators are provided with spray bottles within the classroom. So is it the teacher or support staff who is using the chemical, or is it the students who are actually spraying the chemical? Just for clarification.
We encourage teachers to use it, solely use it. I can't guarantee that is the case in every single room and in our system, but we encourage teachers to use it. And if students are using it, they're using it under teacher supervision.
Thank you very much. Looking to Trustee Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I was looking over our minutes from last meeting and from Ms. Rule, and there was a question to her, and the question was if quats are safe. Her answer was, noted that the research is very recent. We have just begun to look more closely at quats. The health effects are non-specific. Some people may have some reaction, but it may not have been associated with quats. There may be safe, that doesn't make sense, but it may be safe to use in some areas. The concern is that we're overusing these chemicals. So that tells me that, I mean, she stated that they're safe to use, not to overuse. So are we not on the right path? My question, the right path to decrease the use of, or Virex, I should say?
I will take that one on for 5 seconds. I think yes. Anytime, I think one of the things that's kind of occurred during the pandemic is we are disinfecting much more frequently and much more in the presence of children. And I think any use of any chemicals in the presence of children should be reduced as much as possible. So yes, I do agree. That's my personal opinion. That yes, I think we are going to a different product. I think there's always risks with every product, but I think the disinfection has to happen. And I think that if it's Virex or Oxivir, I think the same level of disinfection happens. We will have to wait and see if in a classroom the switch makes a difference or causes other issues, which could happen. I don't think we can get away from disinfection. And I think that's the biggest problem we have right now. And hopefully as COVID progresses and it gets over, we can go back to a little bit of normalcy, and maybe this level of disinfection while children are present isn't as prevalent.
Any supplemental, Trustee Cook?
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So seeing no other questions in the chat, I do have one. So we've heard quite a bit about these. I think I know more about the kind of disinfectants that are happening in our schools than I would have ever known before. Part of that is due to COVID, and I'm loath to thank COVID, but I am glad to know that these things are happening. So moving forward, if we're looking at gratefully a post-COVID world eventually, moving forward, that comment that you just made, Ms. Hinchliffe, struck something in me of going forward. Do we see that the use of these will continue at somewhat the same rate? I know we've seen some indications that flu rates are down, and that other indicators of the amount of cleaning that we are doing is having some other positive health effects, while we are seeing some of these risks as well. So do you see moving forward that there will be a change when we get out of post-COVID, or get out of the COVID cleaning protocols, that we will see a change in the protocols, our regular protocols that we use to clean our schools with?
I think human behavior will change, period. I think that's now, I think we're now ingrained. I think one of the things that we've done is we've put permanent hand sanitizing stations in every classroom without a sink, because I think in the end, like, we've learned lessons now that I think moving forward, will start to prevent flu season and absenteeism in schools. And I think the lessons learned about hand hygiene and proper disinfection will continue, because they just have to. Our cleaning protocols, I don't think are supportable the way they are now. The custodial ranks have been quite turned upside down right now with COVID. just in the fact that everybody's on really weird shifts because of this extra disinfection. It's a real struggle in some instances to get all the regular cleaning done plus the extra disinfection. In a lot of disinfection, it's not just 5 minutes of work. Doing washrooms twice a day is a huge change in our custodial protocols. So it has definitely caused some stress in our custodial ranks. I don't think we could sustain that. But I think just that's why I think once we go back, I think disinfection bottles in classrooms will still be there. I think hand sanitization in classrooms will still be there. I think whether we clean a doorknob once or twice a day after COVID is up for debate, but I think people will be a lot more cognizant of what they need to do personally to protect their health and safety.
Thank you for that. And I take your point about the stress that it's putting on. We just had a conversation about stress on our staff, and I take that point with thanks. And in addition, I want to thank, speaking of work, thank you to facilities to this report that you guys have put together, not only ahead of time.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Certainly. Not only at a time that you have taken on more, but you've given this to us ahead of time with more information than we asked for. And part of the role of a trustee is that we are to bring community voice to the boardroom. And I heard it mentioned, I believe it was by Trustee Hatfield earlier, that that we've done a good job in that. And I thank all of our speakers who have come to us with this topic in mind, who have brought experts with them, who have brought their thoughts on it and their reflections on it, and allowed us to have this discussion. And I think our job here is to consult with our administration, our experts that we have in-house that we trust, along with those, and say, what more can we do? And we've done that here. And I want to thank you from the first report coming to us and saying, here's a little bit more that we can do. And then in this report, again, here's a little bit more that we can do. And I know that it's maybe not satisfactory all the way to all, but for the few that have contacted us, I know that it may not be satisfactory, but I wanted to thank you very much for the work that you have done, not only in this report itself, but the work that you've done to respond to the needs that we bring you from the community, and to respond to the needs that your staff have as well. So I wanted to just make sure that I thanked you very much, because I think it's excellent work, and I'm very grateful for it. So Trustee Halberstadt, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I did want to circle back quickly with what Trustee Chin was saying. I've heard also that this Oxavar Plus is might have actually sulfuric acid in it, or it's been proven to be. I don't know if it still is, but I'm just wondering, as she asked, why not you just use the TB and not the Plus, because the Plus seems to be a much stronger and riskier product.
Perhaps I can refer that, to Ms. Hinchliff or to Mr. Lozon.
Yeah, I'll refer to Mr. Lozon. He's our chemical expert.
All right, thank you. With respect to our going forward on usage, for the Oxavir Plus comes in a solution center, so that's why you can dilute it. The Oxavir TB is a ready-to-use solution that you cannot dilute, and it comes in a bottle that you use, and it is substantially more money than the Oxavir Plus. So cost is one of the issues. With respect to safety of usage of the products, again, there is additional chemical content in there from other products. It's if utilized appropriately, it's approved by Health Canada with the gloves and utilized per the instructions on the label. That is safe for usage as approved by Health Ontario, Health Canada, Public Health Ontario, and the health unit. So as long as we use it safely and appropriately with trained people and their WMIS, I believe we will be safe for us to utilize either product, which we have in our system.
Okay, I just, in speaking to Loretta Mashaw, she has different information. I think this was what she was going to bring to the PowerPoint, which I guess we won't. Maybe we can get her to send it to us. But there's, according to her, there's a whole suite of additional products that could be used, alternative products that could be used. Doesn't seem to be getting the same response from our health unit, but she was ready to roll those out in a PowerPoint, but I'll try to get her to send it to you. I guess the other question I have is, how risky is it with regard to, have we taken a good look at long-term impacts, side effects that could come from using this product? We know what experience from other products like asbestos. You might remember that people would say, oh, well, asbestos is okay. Now you can't, you got to get rid of it. If you find it, you got to get rid of it. DDT, there's whole examples of long-term effects of solutions and chemicals like this. And I'm just wondering if we're putting that into the equation. I've heard there's long-term effects, side effects for not only asthma, which is a known one and is really affecting people in our system right now, one in particular. And we're talking about chronic bronchitis, emphysema, skin disease, obstructive pulmonary disease. Have we looked at those possible long-term impacts of using these kind of compounds?
I thank you for the question. It's important for us to understand for all of the disciplines we have that make up our trustees and our administration and our qualifications. For example, I'm an industrial hygienist. I think I'm the only industrial hygienist employed at the school board out of 5,000 people. But even that doesn't qualify me to be a doctor. It does not qualify me to be an epidemiologist, nor are we qualified to do any of those case tests or studies. So we rely on our government agencies that approve products and chemicals such as Health Canada, Public Health Ontario, and of course the local health unit. So we rely on these government agencies and legislation. I think the important factor here is legislation is our friend, especially when it comes to the Biochem Reg 833, which regulates chemical exposures, and something called the time-weighted average exposure value, which is an exposure rate of a chemical for 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. So those are all things that we look at and that we run with. I appreciate the question. So part of my certification is for designated substances. In fact, I did a lot of studies in asbestos. In fact, I surveyed the top several floors of the World Trade Center back in the 1990s for sprayed-on asbestos. So I appreciate that over time, people come down with a better understanding in case studies and epidemiology proving how hazardous things are over time, dose, and relationships. But for right now, what we do know is quats have been around for 100 years, and that epidemiological evidence still isn't present. So I think that's something to take away for quats. With respect to the other products, Oxivir Plus, Oxivir TB have also been around for at least 10 years, if not more, and we just don't have that information in. The only information I have for you on Oxivir, both Plus and Oxivir TB, is its pH, which is one of our first indicators. Often it takes lots of years, time, dose, relationships, and studies, and unfortunately people to come down with occupational illnesses and diseases to determine a product, how dangerous it was. And there's risk with every single chemical and product. that we have to understand in our workplaces.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Just one more question.
Trustee Halberstadt, we're getting to 11 o'clock and we are still we haven't gone to trustee question period. So if you can make this very quick, I'll allow it.
It will be quick. Diluted solutions seem to be what makes Virix better than the other two. But I understand, and I'll just throw this out there, that dilated solutions can support the growth of microorganisms, and that's why it is not that popular with some people. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cook, and then we will move forward in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, I just heard some medical terms. I heard asthma, chronic bronchitis, and other respiratory issues. My question is to administration, how many medical complaints have you had regarding students and regarding staff because of the use of Virix?
It's Director Kelly. I am only aware of one student concern, but I don't even know if it was with Virix, and I'm not sure about the staff. Would Ms. Hitchcliffe or Mr. Lozon be able to answer that? I know it's not significant.
One staff member, and that is recently, and it is not medically determined what the root cause is. But it is the worker is alleging allergic reactions to Virix.
Very quickly, so what I'm hearing is that on paper we don't have anything that's stating there has been any illness specifically to Virix regarding children, like students or staff.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Trustees, I'm going to put a motion on the floor to extend time. If we can extend for, let's say, 15 minutes and see if we can get through this. Do I have a, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we're looking to go to at least 11:15, and we'll try to get through this very quickly. My chair's report will be quick this evening. We did have a few calls with the minister that I'll report on. Most of them were about March break, and you know that that's been postponed until April on the advice of public health. And on that same call, there was some mention of flexibility with completing the OSSLT and EQAO. So there will probably be some information on that comes forward as well. I wanted to thank Director Kelly. Our OPSPA delegate did talk about our public education symposium, and Director Kelly and I were invited to be on a panel. And I wanted to thank Director Kelly for helping me prepare for that. And I think I can speak for our board that I think we did our board very proud, and it was very well received. And I wanted to thank her and thank OPSPA for inviting us to represent our board and to speak to our fellow trustees at PES for that. That is the end of my chair's report. Moving forward to trustee question period. We have anything in trustee question period this evening? Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to do this as quickly as I can. Last fall, you'll remember, Madam Chair, that I asked what our board's policy would be for snow days prior to the very first flake falling. And recognizing that virtual schools, virtual learning would still be here as a reality in 2021. And I want to ask, do we have a standard and an equitable plan for learners on a day when buses aren't running? And that's for both elementary and secondary students. And it's including any comments that administration might have about expectations for in-person learners who aren't supported with personal IT at home.
It's Director Kelly. I'm not sure who's going to answer that. One of the superintendents might want to add in. For our secondary school students, they all have or should have access to, because the school board has provided certainly computers to those who requested it. So those students would be online learning during that time, and that's a change, but it allows the learning to continue. And students there are then not missing time, whether they're in person or not. At the elementary level, we know that obviously daycare and such is important to students and to families, and our elementary students are welcomed and our schools are open to them, of course, at that time. Again, it's not perfect in terms of equitable access to technology, but we have given out, I believe, 16,000 devices, something like that, this year. So I do think we're certainly making progress in that area, but our elementary school students are welcomed in our schools, of course, because we know that's important to parents. And so that hasn't changed, although students can learn virtually if that was the model they chose.
Supplemental, if I could, Madam?
Yep.
Just for clarification then, in areas of the city and county, but particularly the county where public transportation isn't an option, even on days when school buses aren't running, when families don't have either the schedule to drop off their kids or those alternate arrangements, but they have chosen in-person learning, and they don't have the IT support at home, is there anything else that we can do to support those kids in trying to catch up? Because they're not going to have an opportunity to be dropped off at school as welcoming as we can be, because they just don't have the logistics other than a school bus to get their kids to school. So what can we do to make sure that, just in case the blizzards keep coming in the rest of February and March, that there's not going to be a learning loss? How do we support those kids?
I don't know if Superintendent Mills wants to answer any of the parts of this question. One thing about this region, big difference from where I came from, we certainly don't have many snow days. we very rarely have them, but yeah, I mean, I know that some teachers are providing work, but it's not mandatory. I don't know if anyone wants to answer that question. Maybe one of the elementary superintendents, perhaps Superintendent Mills, if he's there.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
sure, be happy to. Certainly on days like this, asynchronous work can be provided. So many of our teachers are letting their students know what work is being done during the days when some of their students can't be in the building. So that's always been the case. Students are able to catch up on their work. We do have that issue of technology. Not everyone will have access to technology. We have done our best to provide as many devices as possible to those students, but certainly, providing work, having students get caught up on work and providing asynchronous opportunities is something that we can do.
Thank you very much. Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a parent ask me about spasmorphemia assessment appraisal of spasmorphemia, the language problem. Is there any way to evaluate that? She said that his kid has this problem, but when he take the test and they treat it as normal student. So she asked if there is any organization to do this kind of appraisal. Spasmorphemia.
Okay, that's through you, Madam Chair. Director Kelly, I'm not totally understanding your question. Is this an ESL student, so the assessment isn't being understood?
No, just the language issue. He cannot speak fluently. Has just have to stop, repeat a lot of times. That's the
I'm wondering if that should be a contact with the principal, or certainly you could contact, the superintendent, because I'm just not sure that I've grasped that. But if it's an individual situation, perhaps we could assist and look into that more fully. But again, I think the superintendent in charge of the school, and certainly the principal, would be the best resource for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sipkar.
Hi, thank you. My question was just going to be through you, Madam Chair, to administration. As we start to hear about vaccine rollouts, I wondered if there has been any communication from our partners at the health unit about when our frontline staff will be able to be vaccinated, and if that is, where are we on the priority list in terms of our staff in our schools?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Sipkar, through you, Madam Chair. I think we do have ongoing discussions with the health unit. I know that has been a consideration, certainly from the ministry, and certainly some of the calls that the chair and I have been involved in. I don't know details about that, but we can provide that to you. Similarly, I know there'll be discussion about what the testing looks like regionally. There's different health units handling that in different ways, but I think those are two updates that we could provide even by email. I'm sorry I don't have the answer tonight. Superintendent Pike isn't here, but I don't think there's a right, that's all decided yet, is what I guess I'm going to say.
Thank you very much. Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I certainly received quite a few emails earlier last week about reorganization and shifting of classes due to numbers with the shifting of learning models. So I just was wondering, was there a significant change in elementary school learning models when the change of date happened for parents? Like I received quite a few. I did forward several, but I just was wondering, was there a big change to virtual or to in-person? Like significant?
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. Chris Mills can answer that, but I will add that that is one of the reasons why changing the learning models, it's challenging. And that's one of the comments, you get, is that the changing of teachers is often difficult on families. And so why we want to minimize that. But I know Superintendent Mills has the facts, so I'll let him say the facts.
Well, yes, I have the facts. And so, yes, there was significant movement within the in-person and the virtual realm. So when we started Q2 or ended Q2, we had 17,610 students in person, and in Q3 we have 17,114. So we're down approximately 500 students, 496 students to be exact. Our virtual school, the remote learning, increased by 641 students, and our paper packages declined by 145. And within each of those models, there was shifts. So significant shifts from in-person quad 2 to virtual quad 3, a movement of 883 students. So quite a bit of movement, which affects every classroom almost in the system. Many of our schools were affected and had to do reorgs. We tried to keep the class sizes still low in our brick and mortar buildings, a little bit higher in the virtual school. But certainly a lot of reorganization had to happen and a lot of movement of teacher happened.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, trustees. I'm gonna put a motion on the floor for another 15 minutes of extended time. If somebody wants to support me in that.
I support you.
I appreciate that support. Thank you so much. We've got an extra 15 minutes. Okay, Trustee Cook, go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. It was just mentioned a few minutes ago about getting the vaccination. So I was just wondering, I'm not sure if this would help or not, but I'm in full support of our teachers or all staff getting the vaccination. And I'm just wondering if we as a board could, in support and encourage, to do whatever can be done to help our teachers get that vaccination. And, I'm just wondering if everybody would consent to that.
Sorry, Trustee Cook, were you asking to, I think you maybe cut out a little bit, asking for a letter to the ministry, or?
Yes, to the Ministry of Health as well as the Ministry of Education.
And in support of?
In support of the teachers getting the vaccination, and, you know, as soon as possible. Not just teachers, I shouldn't say that, all school staff.
Education staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that is a question to trustees. Do we have consent to send a letter in that regard to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health? I'm looking for consensus from trustees to send a letter.
I have a question.
About the letter?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So is the letter going to say that teachers and other education staff should get a priority over other people with regard to getting the vaccines?
May I answer that?
You may.
Thank you. So I'm a believer that our education staff are frontline workers. I'm lucky enough with my job and who I'm with. I have received the first vaccination and I get the second shot on Friday. I know how important it is. And our teachers, our education staff are out there every day. And yes, wherever they have to, they need to be considered as frontline workers.
Thank you, Trustee Cook. Trustee Halberstadt, do you have a follow-up from there? Seeing nothing. Trustee Halberstadt, would you mind putting your hand down just so I know who I'm in line for a question? Trustee Burgess.
It's a question to the personnel, to the trustee asking for consent on this. I just want to make sure that we understand that there has been a recognition from some circles within the Ministry of Education and the Chief Medical Officer of Health sort of thing, recognition of where in the queue and judged by the ethical panel who just decides on the queue of who's next for vaccination, what an essential worker is, what a frontline worker is, who gets deemed to be essential to get access for first dibs in childcare, for example. However, in law or whatever, our education workers aren't deemed in the purest sense essential workers. So I think if we send a letter, I just want to put a little caveat in there that that we would be advocating for their status to get in a queue that is jumping a queue. It's a new recognition. That recognition has come for access to childcare, but it's not full in that they haven't been deemed essential workers. So I just want to make sure that whatever we do makes that bridge between those two realities, because I do think that they are at added risk. I do believe that, despite all the PPE and the protocols. I do believe so, especially with new virus variants. But so I would support it, but I just want to make sure that we use the right language. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chin, can we?
I just want to give a quick information that as far as I know, the provincial government, they already decided to give the teacher, priority to have the vaccine. I saw the message somewhere.
So we do know that they are in, that the minister, I do know from calls with the minister that he has been an advocate for education workers getting the vaccine very early on in the queue that's been decided. and the phases that have been decided. I do know that. But as far as them being designated essential workers, I haven't seen anything in that regard, but I do know that there has been significant advocacy from the ministry for teachers in that way. So I guess I'm going to look for consent from trustees to send a letter to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health to prioritize as much as possible within the queue our education workers. And I see I do have consent with this.
Madam Chair, could I ask about the language? It's Trustee Burgess.
Certainly.
I think I think the one that the body that gives the recommendation is the provincial health panel. As far as the prioritization, I might have that wrong, but I think it includes education and health, but it also includes the chief medical officer of health and whomever, whatever, ethics and whatever else. So as long as we direct it to the right place and use the right language,
certainly,
you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So that that has been consented, and so we'll get that letter drafted and sent. I appreciate that. Where am I in the queue here? I have to scroll up a little bit. Trustee Burgess on school calendar adjustments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that March break is gone and spring break is on in April, I know some of our meetings will change that we have scheduled, but are there any other school calendar adjustments that have been agreed upon? Has there been communication to that effect? And when will that come? And I'm asking about assessments, you know, testing, you know, with you mentioned EQAO and OSSLT. Is there any other ramification of changing and having a break in April to our school calendar? And does that require board approval?
Crystal ball. Go ahead, Director
Yes, it's Director Kelly. Thank you for the question, Trustee Burgess. We discussed that on Tuesday. We don't see any significant change to the calendar with exception of the secondary dates and when those examinations are. And I know there's been consultation with principals, and I know that Superintendent Canty was working through those dates, which he brought to Directors Council on Tuesday. So we are working on that. We did discuss about PA days. We didn't see a need to change that. I don't believe it would need board approval. It's a matter of, I think, us communicating with principals and families and staff about those changes. Superintendent Canty, you may remember better than me, but I think those were really the only changes that we saw.
Yes, thank you, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair. It was a matter of just shifting up the weeks, and so there was some minor changes to the number of days for period 5 and period 6, but we're going to get those out. As Director Kelly said, we've edited through principals and OSSTF today, and we'll have that out before the end of the week so that parents and teachers can plan appropriately.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Is that a remnant hand or is it a supplemental?
I should follow up about the field test for both the OSSLT and EQAO math. I think I heard that in there somewhere. We are working with principals to decide on those dates. They will be fourth quad because of the changes to the calendar. And they are field tests this year, which means the OSSLT does not count towards or does not have to count towards graduation requirements. And the math test is also a field test. And both those tests are only for students who are in person.
Thank you very much for that. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. So in putting forward that question, there was a statement made that this change in the March break would result in changes to board meetings and board meeting dates. And I guess I didn't get that memo. So can someone inform me on that?
Director Kelly, I didn't see there would be a change.
I didn't either. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
There was clarification. I said meetings, not board meetings.
Oh.
So there are some committee meetings?
I haven't heard any changes as of yet, but if there are any changes to those, they will be communicated.
Sorry, I thought I was pretty sure I heard board meetings, but my apology.
Not at all. Good to clarify. Something we would probably all need to know. Do I have any other questions for trustee question period? Oh, I do have, no, I asked trustee Olmsted. I've already gotten to her. Okay, so I'm moving forward to notices of motion. Do we have any notices of motion? Student trustee Suave.
So I have a notice that is a recommendation that the GECDSB principally provide digital agenda packages to trustees and student trustees for board meetings, committee meetings, and any special meetings starting with the April 20th, 2021 board meeting in an effort to eliminate the printing and distribution of paper agendas and packages in recognition of the environmental impact of paper, ink, and delivery costs, and in support of the GECDSB strategic priority of ethical stewardship. Agendas for board meetings should be delivered digitally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other notices of motion? I think we maybe got them all tonight. Thank you very much. Announcements. I know trustee Olmsted had an announcement.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I do remind everyone that February 28th is Rare Disease Day. And just like a zebra's stripes, every rare disease is unique, as are the people battling them. There are 300 million people living across the world with rare diseases, and February 28th is a day to recognize and the support over 300 million people living with these rare diseases around the world, including many of our staff and students. So wear your stripes or your denim blue on that day, and hashtag care about rare, and just show your support to the many, many people living around us who battle rare diseases every day.
Thank you, trustee Olmsted. My girl's one of those. Okay, do we have any other announcements from trustees? The only announcement that I have, I do have two. They are known, but I want to draw attention to them. We are in kindergarten registration right now, and tomorrow we have some more virtual walk or virtual open houses for our newest GECDSB learners. And so registration is open now and is available on the board website, through the board website, until March 23rd. And so we do encourage people to register their children with us, and we are looking forward to seeing them in September. I've seen some wonderful signs out, the same signs that we had for graduation. I've seen some wonderful signs on Twitter of our newest learners, and so we welcome many more of those to come. And the second announcement that I had this evening was on our we have an open public consultation on our anti-Black racism policy and our education documents around those, and that deadline closes March 3rd. And so if we are very much looking forward to the public consultation on there, and though there has been some delays in getting some of that done due to COVID, we want to make sure that people are able to submit their consultation for our anti-Black racism policy and our education documents around that. So that deadline is March 3rd, and they can you can go on the website to look for that as well. And so with that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
You've got one.
Terrific. Do I have support? 11:30, guys. We are. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to our administration and tall trustees, and for everybody who's still sticking with us on the live feed. Thank you so much, and we will see you in a little while. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Stay warm.
Good night, everyone.